Gracias. Asumo, vamos a ir viendo un poco que varias de las otras delegaciones se van a ir uniendo poco a poco, pero
Several of the other delegations joining us little by little, but we're going to get started. We already have the speakers connected on the one hand, and then at noon we will have President Carlos Alvarado. So today we need to do some very well time management in the agenda. We will then begin with one of the key points on how to accelerate the actions. It is a dialogue that is geared towards understanding what is it that we need in the region to catalyze the action in many topics. We were listening that this transformational agenda requires a systemic approach. We see opportunities, but we need to understand what we require. We require that planning, we require that mobilization of public and private resources, and to give us and to be with us in this approach. We have likewise a keynote speaker. That's Patrick, and I'm not going to even dare to pronounce that Dutch last name, who is the CEO of the Global Adaptation Center, and some ideas on how they consolidated an accelerator for the adaptation in Africa, a process that has been very interesting, and how they have mobilized resources in that line. And then we will have several representatives, some here in the site and some others that will be connected, where we are going to see the multilaterals, CAF, the World Bank, IDB, but we are also going to supplement that with Monica Araya for her to give us a perspective of what is happening in that energy transition and also in terms of transportation, because that's one of the critical areas we see at the country level. Same thing, a vision from Maria Alexandra Moreira in the part of the Amazon. So without further ado, I would ask the team to start with a video from Patrick.
Excellency, Minister Meza, Excellency, distinguished colleagues, friends. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Minister Meza, for bringing us all together. There is no way we can take on the challenges of the climate crisis of today and tomorrow unless we work together far more collaboratively than we have done in the past. So this convening is a very important step for the region. I'm very sorry not to be here in person with you today. Actually, I'm recording this message this Friday from the world's largest floating office in Rotterdam, the Netherlands, at our headquarters of the Global Center on Adaptation. But Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, well, you're there in San Jose and I'm here in the Netherlands. One thing is certain, we must all embrace adaptation. If we want to live in a safer and more prosperous world, we also have to adapt now if we want to have the economic resilient future of tomorrow. Why? Because we are already living inside the eye of the storm. We're living inside a climate emergency. Latin America and the Caribbean, as you know, is one of the most exposed and vulnerable regions in the world to its impacts. We know we're almost out of time. 1.5 degrees will happen in 2030, and we are already at 1.2. Effects, which we all know hit the poor the hardest, will seriously compound inequalities and social tensions in this region. The same has been happening around the world. Climate disasters have also greatly complicated the pandemic. You have seen this plainly in your region, especially in Central America and the Caribbean. Still, I strongly believe we do have an opportunity right now, because although COVID is shaking economies and upending our lives across the globe, this is also an unprecedented period of public and multilateral intervention. We can and we must work to translate this upheaval into a turning point for the environment. After all, effective adaptation is good for the planet, it's good for health, and it's good for the economy. This is the time for bold ideas. what we all know is lacking when it comes to adaptation is action at scale and action at speed. Well, I'm pleased to tell you that there has been quite some big progress on the pathway to scale. Perhaps not yet in Latin America and the Caribbean at this stage, but in Africa. In Africa last year, together with the African Union and the African Development Bank, the GCA launched the largest ever adaptation program, the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, otherwise the AAAP. What is it? It's a $25 billion investment program only focused on adaptation to climate change over the next 4 years. Across Africa, already starting last year, we're now financing projects from the tens to the hundreds of millions focused on farmers, infrastructure, youth, and jobs. We're also using some of these resources to support African countries to better access further climate finance, to leverage the much more needed large-scale funds available through AAAP, from the private sector in particular. I believe we succeeded in COP26 in securing the commitments to double international financing for adaptation onto a level footing with mitigation by 2025. The Climate Vulnerable Forum, the CVF, was instrumental in securing that big win, and the GCA, as a managing partner to the GCF, was very pleased to work with a number of ministers, with you in this region, in your region, particular Minister Meza, to make this reality happen. So, with your permission, I want to challenge you a bit today to think bold, to think scale, to think speed. And I want to extend a hand of collaboration. Why not have a AAAP for Latin America and the Caribbean? Last May, the GCA, we teamed up with CELAC and the World Bank and other partners on a policy roadmap for investments for a green and resilient recovery for Latin America and the Caribbean. It focused on rising out of the ashes of the COVID crisis and how to quickly and effectively promote more resilience into your economies. In fact, investing between $3 and $13 billion a year in resilient infrastructure in Latin America alone could generate $700 billion in net benefits by 2030 due to avoided climate damages. So I would like to offer the support of the GCA to develop a Latin America and Caribbean Adaptation Acceleration Program, a LAC-AAP, with the same scale of ambition as what we're currently doing in Africa. I would be very pleased to work with you all to bring that effort together. So, Excellencies, I look forward to receiving the phone call from Andrea following your meeting today to inform me that you have all agreed that we must have such a bold program for the region so that we can get right away to work on that together. So finally, I would like to invite you to touch base with a senior fellow based in the region, Ambassador Javier Diaz. He's with you today in the room, and he will be very pleased to take contact for next steps. I look very forward to our collaboration and engagement. Thank you again, and I wish you a successful conclusion to this important meeting. Thank you very much indeed.
Bueno, ya escucharon.
Well, you've heard. Let's see if from this we can get an idea to start working in an accelerator for adaptation. I've seen the program. It's a really powerful program, and we have to move projects at that scale. We have Javier Diaz. Javier, if you raise your hand, he is here in person also as a contact of the GCA. And I would now ask Monica Araya and Julian Suarez to go to the panel up front to continue with our dialogue. And as we were saying, we hope that after listening to our luxurious panel members, we can have more ideas and enthusiasm on how to continue accelerating the action, including different topics. We start, and I would ask Monica for us to start with this part of a high-level dialogue. Monica? Thank you very much, Minister Mesa, dear Andrea. For me, it is really a valuable opportunity to talk to you. I'm Costa Rican and I work internationally. And I basically work with any person that would like to accelerate the decarbonization. So basically what I want to do in this minutes is go straight to the point because there is no time to waste. And I wanted to comment to you that yesterday when I was looking at you, something that attracted my attention was to see the reaction you had when Patricia Espinosa was saying that basically you were like a fire group, men and women, because you were nodding, you felt kind of identified with that image. So I wanted to kind of build around that image because it is directly related to the work that I do, to the work we have to do collectively. And what do I mean? If that collective task is to turn up or to put off the fire, a lot of what we have to do in energy and transportation is to stop burning things, Yeah, that's in English, stop burning things. And that cannot be a taboo in a society that is burning, in a society where the young people say our house is burning. And that idea that may scare the fire, the idea of stop burning, which may be a controversial taboo in the region, in the world, because it means not to burn the coal, as the Secretary General of the Nations has said in the tweets. Stop burning oil. That cannot be a taboo in our conversations, although it may be difficult. And stop burning gas, that we also know is a complex topic, and it does not mean that you're going to stop burning it on Monday. The thing is that we need to have calendars and we have to get prepared and not stop having these conversations because each country is different. A country like Costa Rica that does not produce oil and won't produce it, and we do not produce vehicles, we have perhaps more agility than a larger country that produces oil and vehicles. So my point, and where I want to get to, is to very concrete things, positive things for people, for health, for the cities. 81% of the human beings of the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, live in the cities. So the winning agenda, the humanistic agenda, the agenda for the future and the present is to a good extent in this 8 years that we have lived to really reduce the emissions and help people live better. Electrifying the transportation, a lot of which is going to be public transportation, also cargo transportation. And there is no time, fortunately for us, of making a lot of complicated studies, basically because we have advanced a lot even in the region. So I wanted to share with you 3 lines of work that are already on the way. That's also good news. You don't have to start from scratch. Item 1, we have to open the big calendar in each country and set dates. It is not just to set measures to encourage certain technologies. We have to set dates. We have to set due dates to say from where on a country, a city, a sector is going to just go for zero emission technologies. If we think, for example, in faxes, smartphones, that question, that collective question of a city is, when are we going to stop using faxes? We are not trying to use better faxes. No, we are not trying to use better internal combustion cars that are a little bit cleaner. No, we have to go over that combustion engine and go to zero emissions, set dates. And this is something that is already happening. We applaud here the government of Chile that already said that from 2035 they would only have sales of zero emission vehicles. And this is not just private vehicles, it is a whole range. We are talking from a taxi to a cargo transportation vehicle. We have other cities, for example, Bogota, that is setting very interesting precedents. Not long ago, I made an interview in New Zealand, and the interviewer asked me for Bogota because in New Zealand they have heard that in a Latin American city they are setting dates from which the buses are going to be only zero emissions. We also have in the region 3 very concrete things that are happening. There is a platform from UN Environment move that only focuses on helping the countries electrify, finding zero emission options. Yesterday, we heard from Carlos Manuel Rodriguez in the GEF, the largest funds for countries in development for this energy transition and transportation, because it's both, are in the GEF for developing countries again. And something very interesting occurred in COP26. There was a declaration from the countries that want to move faster. Nobody said that all the countries have to move faster, but there has to be a group that is willing to move faster. And you can find those countries in the declaration of COP Zero Emission Vehicle. Acceleration, something like that, like the acceleration of zero emission vehicles. And we saw countries of the region, curiously, El Salvador, Uruguay, Chile, and other African countries that also joined. The second area, and this is very important because of many of the reasons that you mentioned yesterday, it is a region that has social vulnerability, and therefore the second area is to manage that social transition. And again, we will have to start from scratch. The countries that are getting prepared for that electrical future, either with batteries and with fuel batteries and hydrogen, will have to get the labor force prepared. It is a very decent work to work with the workers, right? That they do not feel that they are discardable, that they can get training opportunities, that there is a light, and they tell them, okay, we're going to be better if you get prepared for this. And instead of doing like the ostrich and say, no, we're going to continue burning gasoline, burning diesel, and so on, because that is not the future that's convenient for us. And thirdly, and this is where we really have to make a link with the conversation from yesterday, and Andrea Mesa, our minister, has been a champion of the idea in getting to the topic of finance. There are several opportunities there, not just for the public sector, but for the private sector. As the Latin American private sector sees the opportunity, we're going to move faster. There is kind of a gap over there, because we still hear some contradictory ideas. We're moving to more and more renewable electricity, but we do not connect the topic with transportation and that electrification. So we need to be more innovative. We also need to create funds, not just this transition where we were talking about the social management. It is not just training. In some countries, they're doing some very interesting things, like in Spain, they have social transition funds that are vital, essential. Germany, also Canada, is applying them. And thirdly, in that big topic of funding, we see a very interesting opportunity when we talk about this transition to zero emission models. And I'm going to kind of start wrapping up here. When you hear young people talking about the topic, they don't approach this only about sustainable mobility. We know that the city has to be walkable with more public transportation. It's not that we have to choose between electrification and buses. We have to clean the buses. We have to combine the compact city with electrification. There are lots of studies that I can share with you, and it shows that there is the win-win. The thing is that where you capture the imagination of a lot of people, we have to, the people with the idea of creating new materials for this industry, getting into the supply chain, the value chains, attracting local investors, attracting international investors to reinvent the electricity networks, the infrastructure, and so on. So what's the good news? That it has been measured that we generate more employment with renewable energy than with fossil energy. It is also measured that there is more job generated with a recharge infrastructure than in gas stations. So this is how I want to close with what we were mentioning yesterday in the aisles. And right here also, that resilient recovery, blue, green, clean, we have to really win in the minds and hearts of the people as long as we transform their daily lives. So thank you very much. Good luck, and don't feel alone being fire people for fire corps. This is not something that isolates us. There are lots of people that want to work with us in the environment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Monica, for those words and ideas. And you put on the table a topic that I think we mentioned it yesterday, although we didn't say it with those words, and it's a fair transition. It is also a very critical element, a very important element to place here and to understand how we can do it in the region to be able to approach it more systemically. We have Juan Pablo Bonilla connected, who is the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Manager of the Inter-American Development Bank, that would also share with us some ideas on how to accelerate the action in different sectors. Juan Pablo, thank you for being connected. How are you? Can you hear me well? Yes, we hear you perfectly well. First of all, I wanted to greet you and all the ministers and the organizers of the event, and thank you very much for the opportunity of being with you from Washington in this very important discussion. Special greetings to Monica and Julian. It is great to see you, Juliana, that is also connected. I hope you, your families, your teams are all okay. So, Minister, listening to Monica and looking or hearing at her proposals, the bank in Vision 2025, which is our roadmap for the next years, the first thing that has been highlighted is the importance of all the topics related to sustainability and climate change as part of the recovery of the region. And a lot of us are talking post-pandemic, and now with Omicron, we're also talking about trying to recover and back to the pandemic thing. So part of what we see is the importance of what you were mentioning right now, and that is the link between the topics of sustainability with the social topics. The impact that the pandemic has had in Latin America and the Caribbean, not just in terms of health, but also in the social terms and poverty, and the way in which the inequality gaps have been expanded. So we have to link the climate change agenda, the agenda of sustainability, with the economic recovery in the region, and show the importance that this has with employment. I love what Monica was saying. It's to show how the recovery agenda in renewables, in mobility, in sustainable cities, in development of the field into sustainable tourism, or the agenda for natural disasters and adaptation, how everything is related, not just with the impact to those that are more vulnerable, but also the creation of employment. And as Monica was saying, studies from the bank that, as you know, Minister, we also did it for the decarbonization plan of Costa Rica, and we have done it also in other countries, and it's starting to show that case. And the second thing is the importance of looking at this topic, I would say, in two variables. One of them is towards the sectors, and the other one is with the territorial analysis. We in the bank see more and more how we get deeper into the work with the sectors of the bank. What Monica was mentioning is a very clear example. We are expanding very quickly the part of renewables. We have to make the link with mobility. Although we are one of the regions with less emissions per capita from the point of view of energy, when we see transportation, GDP or per capita, we have very high emissions, even in comparison with some countries of the OECD. And we have to see this as an opportunity, how this generates employment, but how the quality is also improving even in local topics such as the quality of the air and topics related to health, and quantify how much we're going to be reducing in public expenses in terms of cardiovascular diseases, for example, in cities related to electromobility, to see also the agenda of electromobility with the cost agenda. So the second thing is the territorial topic. Beyond how the topic of sustainability is in energy, transportation, water, we have to start looking at the territory analysis, how to work on this integrally in the cities, how to work this integrally in the rural development. We cannot have a discussion. I mean, every time that we talk about the emissions of the region for land use and others in different countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, that agenda cannot be separated from the territorial development, from poverty reduction and generation of employment in rural areas. We have to integrate the agenda for sustainable agriculture, sustainable livestock, avoiding reforestation, with employment generation also in rural areas. And we see how that connects also with the different sectors. So that brings us or leads us to talk about the NDCs and the long-term strategies. And the question that I wanted to leave with you, this is something that we are starting to work a lot in the bank, is from the point of view of the public policy, how with changes of government at the national level and subnational level, that the NDCs and the long-term strategies start becoming a very important input for the national development plans and for the national investment plans. So you were mentioning that we have to think big. Part of the problem that we have seen in other regions is the generation of projects, and without a doubt being able to link NDCs, and in the future having investment plans in the different sectors is going to facilitate the investment plans that we're going to be able to finance and co-finance with the multilateral entities together with the governments and their own resources. I think that this link of the ministers of the environment with the ministers of finance and planning becomes more and more important to finance, to have investment plans related to the NDCs. And this is all going to be essential because this is how we can think at the long term. And this is how we can also do credit lines from the multilateral companies co-financed with different bilateral entities from other countries, which would be in turn linked to the NDCs. And at the same time, this should be able to allow us to measure the results of the NDCs. If towards the future we are able to do credit lines to measure concrete results, and for the ministers of finance and planning together with you to articulate the NDCs with the national development plans and the long-term investment plans. So I'm sure we're going to move the needle of the investments required in terms of ambition, not just for renewable energy, but electromobility too, but also for rural development, tourism, and other topics that are priorities. It is very important to start seeing how the countries of the region, with their own resources, encourage the expenses, the investments, and we start having some credit lines from the national governments that encourage the cities to present projects related to the NDCs, or how we develop territorial rural development initiatives where sustainable agriculture, sustainable livestock, forest management is related to other development areas. I finish by mentioning that in the bank we have exceeded our goal of 30% of climate financing last year. We're strengthening the accelerator of the NDCs to be able to generate projects in this sense, and we're also supporting several projects of the region with long-term strategies. And without a doubt, regional integration initiatives to be able to supplement the national efforts, because this is essential. In COP, we had with RELAC, and the bank is being the technical secretariat of the Ministers of Energy of the region. You know that we had this event. So there are more than 15 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that are committed to getting to 70% of renewable energy by 2030. I think that this is a block that is working very well, and it is showing how we move forward in that topic. The challenge, as Monica was saying, is how we transfer that link to electromobility. In the last year and a half, the bank has developed a very important initiative, which is sustainable development for the Amazonian area, that I thank Alexandra for the contribution that she had made to OTCA for the coordination we're making in this sense. And this is an initiative that comes from the chairs of the Leticia Agreement to have a different vision for the Amazonian sectors, with a pillar that recognizes the importance of investments in the social area, a social pillar in the area of bioeconomy, such as transformation and generation of employment based on biodiversity. The third one is sustainable infrastructure, sustainable cities, including topics such as connectivity. And the last one is sustainable rural development. Based on this, we have jointly been able to make a proposal to the Green Climate Fund that was approved in COP. We already have a multi-donor fund that the directory of the bank has already tested with the first 3 donors, and an internal facility of the IDB for the preparation of projects for the Amazon in the future. This is an example of how looking at regional initiatives is going to be essential towards the future. At this moment, we are thinking about doing something similar for the Caribbean, and also present the electromobility proposal that we have. So I close by saying that we are at your service to not only continue supporting you in the NDCs, once again, this link with the Ministries of Finance and Planning to make investment lines is going to be essential. And secondly, also for any topic that you consider for regional integration that we can support you with in the future, you can count on IDB. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you virtually.
Muchísimas gracias, Juan.
Thank you, Juan Pablo. We are already putting on the table possibilities. Multilateral entities are there. And before I give the floor to our next speaker, Maya Alexandra, I would like to share with you one of the visions and the ways in which we have achieved to get closer to planning and funding systems. With the decarbonization plan, we achieved some credits that were budget support that was key to face the COVID crisis. It was critical at that moment to achieve that in good conditions, and what we had to do was what are key public policies in the decarbonization process that we need to implement, and commitments and adjustments that had allowed a mobilization of resources to cover different needs, and at the same time make the adjustments and changes in public policy. That's the type of element that makes it easy to have this conversation with the ministries of finance, and when the Ministry of Finance see you with a little bit more of interest. Then I give open the floor for Maria Alexandra Moreira, Secretary General, Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, OTCA. Thank you, Madam Minister Andrea Mesa. We are honored by the invitation. We want to greet the ministers who are attending this important meeting, also the panelists, especially Juan Pablo Bonilla, whom we've been working very closely. The OTCA is comprised by 8 countries that share this interconnected system since 1968. Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Peru and Venezuela have been working in a holistic way to get the sustainable development of the Amazon and provide better conditions to more than 4 million inhabitants. We have to remember that the Amazon is 40% of the territory of South America and has a very important role in international geopolitical that should be positive. The regional dimension has a key role in the vision and strategies that can be implemented in favor of Latin America, in our case, in the Amazon, and needs permanent solutions and scalable solutions to help in the implementation of public policy and generate compliance procedures for the countries so they add them to their commitments is one of the goals of the OTCA. During 2020 and 2021, we approved 5 important strategies. The program of comprehensive management of water resources, biological diversity, and management of the forest, MOU, with mutual understanding, a rapid biological ecosystem system service. The cooperation organisms of Latin America are working important agendas for the members, and I think the political and technical support should be supported by the countries, and international cooperation. Reinforcing institutionality is key, especially when we have joint urgent goals as decarbonization for 2030 and other converging goals. We require to improve conditions and the implementation mechanisms, starting with regional funding that should be their own windows and have new resources and additional resources. International cooperation could enable regional mechanisms. The countries of these regional organizations have a joint position under this conception. On the other side, it's necessary resources to increase according to the implementation area of the projects. Many times the funding are just very small for the number of countries where these actions are implemented. So this ecosystemic approach works that we've mentioned yesterday and today. The economic resources should be appropriate to implement the projects and actions that are so big. We should change the narrative about international cooperation and accessibility possibilities. Many times we found the speech of some donors that say that Amazonia countries are of medium income and it's not possible to have some credits. I consider that we understand the case of the Amazon is not median income and cannot be measured under conventional indicators, but international cooperation systems should look at integral response to development, not only for the needs of the countries of low income, but also that considers the different needs and vulnerabilities in the median income countries. What IDB does is important, trying to work with this. And yesterday, listened CEO of GEF regarding change of procedures for accessibility that will take into account the natural capital of countries. And OTCA, we are very interested in expanding the work that we have the GEF. We think innovation should innovate and allow more straightforward mechanisms for the access of new technologies, applied research and innovation to climate change and biodiversity for Latin America. This will facilitate the productive transformation we should implement as high technology development that promotes national and regional competitiveness, to redefine the system of incentives and public and private investments for multisectorial benefits in the social and environmental areas, for sustainable development with a direct impact and reduction of inequality gaps. A differential element of the Amazonia companies is biological diversity, so a concrete action is the strengthening of knowledge based on science. Strategic planning for the development of an economy can help us to keep the forest and eliminate the paradigm of seeing Amazon or production of primary input for countries that are abroad. On the contrary, to have an economy with roots in Amazon, creating a local and biodiversified economy, improving all the links of the productive chain, generating jobs, social inclusions, and taking traditional accounts of indigenous peoples as a key part. For that, we require that technological transference, and I think the Forum of Ministers can trigger this between developed countries and undeveloped countries. Thank you, Ministra, and count on OTCA for what you will resolve in this meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Alexandra. Again, things that are key. The possibility that resource allocations that the agencies use and whether the donors are seeing that consider other criteria, the importance of the value of ecosystems more than categorization or median income, because that ends up being a trap. And two, most of our countries, there are many inequalities and territorial lags where that's the vision of median income is not so clear. I would open the floor to Julian Suarez, Vice President of Sustainable Development of Development Bank, CAF. Thank you, Minister Mesa. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for your hospitality. It's always a pleasure to come to this beautiful country. For those who work in favor of sustainability, it's always a reference. I had the opportunity to spend here some time at INCAE and enjoy some of the things of this country's ministers, ambassadors, delegations. It's a pleasure. Special greetings on behalf of our President, Sergio Díaz Granados, who, as you know, if you have seen the news, it's very supportive of these agendas, who is out now defining a trip to Brazil with the ODCA. We're going to sign an MOU to join this crusade that Juan Pablo mentioned, that IDB and other stakeholders are working in favor of Amazon. I had some ideas to talk. Monica, Juan Pablo, and also Alexandra have mentioned some of them, so I'm going to talk, have a reflection, and then share a work proposal that can also help to support this forum of environment ministries to increase actions, scalability, and to accelerate environmental and climate change. The reflection and has been the common denominator of the dialogues of the ministries yesterday. This is a forum, and Secretary Espinosa, of dialogue and trying to find consensus. The Ministry of Argentina said dialogue and listening. Yeah, this is a space to find consensus, but as Secretary Espinosa, dialogue has not finished, but we need to accelerate the implementation of some of the initiatives that come up in this forum. And in this sense, CAF, Multilateral Bank, IDB, with Juan Pablo, we are a very important mechanisms to contribute. So planning and dialogue, we go to action. So the first message here, and I'm going to repeat what Carlos Manuel said, CAF as IDB is a multilateral bank that belongs to the countries. So our mission, our definition is only that our board comprised by representatives of governments that are part of beginning of our capital define. The comfortable situation would base to this for the countries, the priorities, and show go to accompany the policies of sustainability to understand that the different sector initiatives contribute to MDCs, the biodiversity positive, they're aligned with SDGs. That would be a comfortable position, but regardless that our boards are comprised by representatives of the countries, the reality is that we have a sectorial dialogue with beyond the ministries, with sectorial ministries of shareholder members, transportation, housing, territory, marine coastal energy, where we have instruments to contribute to develop an agenda that goes according to the agenda that you use every day. And these mechanisms, the structures we have in our directory that, unlike the bid, is a non-resident ministry that is comprised that finance and planning ministers. This allows, in line with this that said Ministra Mesa said, to make decisions around the sustainability agenda that you meet. Our board meets 3 or 4 times a year, and we can talk about costs of opportunity to think on the long term and to align our action to sustainable development agendas. And has happens recently. President Diaz-Canel assumed September 1st of this year, together with Corporate Vice President of Strategic Planning, Cristiana Cinele from Argentina. At CAF, there was a change of administration. There was consensus in the board for a solution for which we have a president as a president, supported by our presidents, and the endorsements of those countries was the result of a common proposal of the two candidates, Colombia and Argentina, then agreed to work in favor of sustainable agenda. There is a pledge that was explicit at COP26 that says that CAF will become in the next 5 years in the green bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and it has many implications, but key that we're going to double our direct funding for environment and weather up to 2026 to reach a floor of 40% of total of our interventions. Yesterday, Minister Manriquez from Ecuador talked about the fair transition, to the importance of focusing on these sustainable agendas, but not a trade-off with social agendas. There's no trade-off. We talked about the importance of the systemic view in Ecuador. We're working for 2 years in favor of combating chronic child malnutrition. More than 23% of the children younger than 5 are very small, and they don't have the necessary weight. So we have to work in favor of those agendas, and we will continue being a support to create, employ, education, health agenda have gained relevance in the last 2 years for obvious reasons, but these mechanisms contribute so your voice, ministers from the sectors, can be more assertive, and we give strength to mechanisms and duplicating other direct funding, and we're talking at least $28 million that we're going to give to direct funding to the environmental and climate agenda with common principles that we have adhered to in the National International Finance Corporation. Also, we're going to strengthen our resource mobilization platform. It's not enough what in direct way CAF can fund, and we want to give us the opportunity to work better and more with climate funds, but with other financial partnerships that we work with, French Access and other stakeholders that are here. And on the other side, we're going to give more force to green and climate bonds, water bonds, and other social bonds that keep us many active in international markets. But the underlying asset is that portfolio of sustainable funding that supports those initiatives. We have an initiative in cities called Cities with Future. We are giving special importance to electric mobility. We are working in the structuring of an umbrella program with the Green Fund, Climate Green Fund, that will try to finance investments, purchase of a fleet and terminal stations in some countries of the regions. There are other bilateral initiatives in other countries. The World Environment Fund, we want to double our efforts in Galapagos and Cocos Island, Darien, and other regions of Panama linked to this marine land corridor that is so important. We have been also given $1 million. The recent board approved capitalization of $7 billion last year for CAF. Is the most important capitalization of the bank that will allow to double the size of our bank from now to 2030. We will grow at a pace of 8.5%. We're going to go to be a bank of $29 billion in portfolio to a bank of $60 billion in 2030, with an emphasis on environment and climate change agenda. And there's a great space of opportunity to work in the transborder agendas. We believe that long-time projects that talked to Minister Correa is where we can provide from multilateral with a pre-investment planning and then finish those desires. And we're working in the Count El Plata, Guarinete Aquifer. I will finish. Thank you. Thank you, Julian. It's very positive to listen to that intention to become the green bank of the region. That's an interesting message we are receiving now. Our last panelist is Valerie Hickey from the World Bank. She's practice manager for environment, natural resources, and global economy for Latin America. Valerie.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister, and Minister's friends. Forgive me 1 second, I'm getting some feedback, so hopefully that is now gone. It's an absolute delight to be with you this morning. I only wish, like in years past, I could be with you in person. I wanted to talk this morning about 3 platforms that the World Bank is supporting you with to take advantage of what I believe are huge untapped opportunities across the region for natural capital to be a driver of jobs, to be a driver of revenue, to be a driver of what that bioeconomy that Juan Pablo and Maria Alexandria were talking about, to really make environment and natural capital a key part of the COVID-19 recovery. And this is the natural capital that has to be protected to ensure that at the end of the day, we can combat climate action as well and combat climate change in the region. And in each of these cases, I'm going to talk about forestry, fisheries, and mineral extraction. Ministers of environment are the key to success. And that's because in some cases, you actually manage those assets directly, but in every case, you manage the regulation surrounding the production of these assets. And that becomes extremely important. And that's what makes this forum so important, because we need to make sure that across the region, regulations begin to converge so that bad actors can't play one country against another. And there can't be a race to the bottom that reduces prices for all local producers and increases pollution for everybody. And that's what the role of this forum should be about in the next 40 years. And it's certainly the role of ministers of finance, of ministers of environment. So let me start with the first platform, and this is around sustainable forest management. It always amazes me that across the region, a region that hosts a quarter, 25% of the world's forests, only contributes 8% of industrial wood exports. There is a huge gap in the role that the Latin America region can play in producing wood for the domestic and the global market. The Amazon basin countries are always places I think about in this. And Maria Alexandria made a wonderful presentation about the strength and the power and the importance of the Amazon in terms of people, but also in terms, of course, of natural capital. And it's true in forests. But I always think about Colombia as a great and in some ways terrible example. So Colombia has 17 million hectares of degraded land that could be used for sustainable forest management. Less than 3% of it is actually currently used for that purpose. At the same time, Colombia has a wood deficit domestically. You're importing 1.5 million cubic meters of wood. That makes no sense in a country with so many trees. And so if Colombia only doubled its sustainable forest management, only double the amount of land that was doing sustainable forest management, not only would you close that import gap, you would have wood available for export, you would create 46,000 new jobs, and create up to 12 billion Colombian pesos in new revenues. Think about that. That's an enormous contribution to a post-COVID recovery. And the Ministry of Environment is absolutely critical to doing that. And that's true across the Amazon basin countries. And that's why under the Amazon Sustainable Landscapes Program, we're working to make sure there's a contagion of good ideas among the countries about how to do that better, how to make sure that the technical assistance is right, that there's access to technical assistance, there's access to capital and financing to bring in the private sector investment that could unlock this jobs and revenues from sustainable forestry. But it's not just trees, it's also fish and the blue economy. And Julian talked very, very eloquently about the importance of the blue economy in this region. It's absolutely true. In another place where LAC can do so much better. If you think about it, in the next 20 years, there's going to be 2 billion more people coming to dinner globally, many of them in Latin America. And people are eating more fish. By 2050, people are almost going to double their daily consumption of fish. And that means in the last 20 years, we've seen the number of fish captured globally and landed globally rise from almost 70 million tons to over 90 million tons. But in many countries in LAC, we're not contributing to that growth. In Costa Rica alone, the amount of fish landed in the past 20 years has been reduced by half. And so there's a huge opportunity for Latin American countries to be part of that global need. It's global, it's also locally and domestically to fill that gap and to produce more fish and to get the benefit of the jobs and GDP from doing that. That's why, for example, we're building a platform in the Gulf of Fonseca, the Gulf in Central America, of course, that's shared by Honduras, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. It's already a place where fisheries provides 20,000 good jobs, the kind of jobs that Monica talks about, where aquaculture, the Gulf of Fonseca is such an important part of shrimp aquaculture across Central America, provides 30,000 jobs in Honduras, provides over 26,000 jobs in Nicaragua alone. And all of those jobs are at threat, under threat, and in danger of being lost because of overfishing, because of climate change, because of pollution, because of sedimentation. And that's why there's such an important role for the ministers of environment to get involved to make sure that these jobs are protected, that these jobs can be grown, that we can move up the value chain. And it's not just about primary production, a very good point made by Maria Alexandria. And of course, we're not just doing this in Central America. Similarly, we have a platform, the FARM platform, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Resilient Markets in the Caribbean, where we've already mobilized $60 million in highly concessional financing, 12 million of it completely free grant resources for Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, together supported with the OECS Commission, so that we can unlock jobs and GDP from fisheries in countries in the Caribbean that have enormous ocean resources that are largely untapped, unregulated, and in need of big reform. And ministers of environment, again, are at the center of that. And the third platform that I will very quickly mention has to do with the race for minerals, the new gold rush in the era of decarbonization, or the race for minerals for batteries, for example. And lithium is incredibly important. And we all know there's a lithium triangle between Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. And this is a place where there is enormous danger that in order to use these minerals to create development dividends, which we all want, it will create pollution, social conflict, and land degradation in part. And so we need to begin to think as ministers of the environment, how do we work together? And we're creating a platform to make sure that this new geography of mineral extraction takes not just the environment into account for the environment's sake, but ensures that this new gold rush in the era of decarbonization doesn't result in more pollution and more social conflict than already exists. But we're here to help as the World Bank. We're here to help you as ministers of environment ensure that the natural capital that you manage and that you regulate delivers results for all of your communities and citizens. Thank you so much and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Thank you so much for sharing all these platforms, and I think it is generating a lot of interest. Abrimos el diálogo.
So we open the dialogue in this stage, and we're in the line of how to accelerate the action. I have in my notes the Minister of Colombia, Carlos Cordero, to start a little bit about the conversation, and then I would ask Chile. Chile has here, so raise your flags if you want to participate. Let's try to be straightforward because we have to close at 10, a little bit after 10, the conversation. Please go ahead, Minister. Thank you very much, Andrea. I have a chronometer here. I think this panel has been extraordinary. Monica, Julian, all the people that are connected, Juan Pablo, Valerie. I really think that from here we can get a conversation of the whole day almost, because right here we have talked about a new model, new economic, social, and environmental model. Since we started to talk about poverty, about the impact in the economic aspect of credit, funding, territories, cities, energy transition, and then we finished World Bank. Valerie was talking about geopolitics. There's the new geopolitics of the climate. We were talking about lithium. We were talking about the wealth of all this, and we have that concern in our countries and territories. Today, the energy transition is really focused in decarbonization, not to use coal or carbon, leave aside the use of fossil fuels, but there is also a mining sector that needs lithium, that needs materials to do this. As I always tell my daughters, that you're talking about oiling and mining and you want a new cell phone. So that new economic model, I think that from our sectors, this is how we can mobilize it, because this is the only sector, and I know that each one really depends on the global political vision, but this is the only sector that is really cross-cutting to everything. This is the only sector that can talk about energy transition, that can talk about sustainable mobility, agriculture, education. So my reflection today to open the conversation is more than we think a little bit about what is the objective of our sectors. I don't know if the objective is zero deforestation, then okay, that's the objective. If the objective is decarbonization and a carbon neutral strategy, the objective is one, but then it is expanded to all the sectors. So some objective like carbon neutrality or nature positive or both is absolutely cross-cutting to everything, and it is the only purpose that can put all the sectors together around something. It happened to us today, all the ministers, mine, transportation, everyone is talking about reducing emissions. So that is the importance of the NDCs and the update of these 5 years that we had after 2015, and the Paris Agreement and the new commitment of many countries that this year, next year, will have to be updated. And it's what Golto said, and then put all those indicators over there, because I do believe, Andrea and colleagues, that this sector is a dynamizing sector for economy in the coming years. New geopolitics, the geopolitics of climate, a new model, and that is why we talk about the fair transition of the labor market, new green employment, live economy. So this is where we have to focus the objective, and in parallel, this is where we have the zero deforestation. This is where we take care of diversity, because this is what it is looking for. So if we do not relate the sector of sustainability and environment with the economy, we're not going to be able to accomplish this. So we're going to have some income and a closing of poverty gaps. Now, to finish in 30 seconds, let's take our NDCs. We have 196 actions. Out of those, 30 are adaptation. And then we can check the carbon neutrality strategy. And so now we're doing some work with OCDE, with OECD. Juan Carlos has been helping us from IDB, Sergio from CAV. So we're going to see how each of those actions is going to generate new business models and new employment. Specifically, circular economy, that I see that a lot of the people have strategies for circular economies. If today we say that in a country there is 85,000 recyclers and the recycling rate can go from 12 to 10% to the year 2030, then how many employments are we going to generate? Perhaps we're going to go from 85,000 recyclers to 500,000 in 8 years. We're going to have some collection centers for material, as the minister from Argentina is doing in the central territories with recycling centers, biomass, and so on. Technology, mobile applications, new models for public services, and so on in 30% of the protected areas, and so on in restoration, when we see that we're going to be planting or restoring 300 or 1 million hectares. So each of those chapters of our NDCs and our neutrality strategies, how are they going to have an impact economically, environmentally, and socially? And if the objective is larger than that, I think that we're going to be able to articulate ourselves. It is the only sector that can be that machine that Julian was talking about, that systemic view, and not to leave aside, in spite of the fact that not everybody has the Amazonia. For Colombia, we only mean 80% of the whole Amazonia, but it's 34% of the territory. For Brazil is one thing, for Bolivia is something else. But the topic of the Amazonia has to be also at the center of everything, because this is causing an impact in all of us, just as all this topic that we have put forth. So we have to see the new model from our sector, and that the objective of the funding should be very clear. The objective is not to collect, it's not to place things, but to be faster, so that the countries can decarbonize the economy and be positive in nature. So all that money, I think that the objective of the multilateral bank, the private financial sector, the cooperation is to be faster, to place the money faster, because otherwise we're not going to be able to do it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. I love that phrase. So this is how it's going to be. This is the dynamizing sector, the one that is going to accomplish all that recovery of the economy, completely aligned with that vision. Chile? Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I fully agree with what the Minister from Colombia has expressed, in the sense that there is here a tremendous opportunity. We have to be aware of the fact that we are living the impacts of the pandemic. The report from CLAC yesterday, they say that the poverty is increasing in the region, so it's a structural problem, and it's also an environmental problem, and we're going to be clear about that. With regards to the presentations, everything has been very clear, and in so little time it's very difficult to cover so many things. They're asking us for concrete proposals, and then we have questions, guiding questions. So I made some type of archaeology, and I want to look for the decision that this forum created 40 years ago in '82. And basically the objective of the forum was to establish policies and strategies for the region. They're established. It is not very clear which they are. I think it is important to ask the Secretariat, Madam Chair, that perhaps you can have a consolidation to understand what has been done in the last 40 years. Because to be able to propose, we need to be clear of what is there, which are the gaps, what we see is that there are important decisions that will then have to be implemented through working groups. And there are some working groups that work okay, some others do not work so well. But in general, there is few countries participating. So I think it is important to invite the countries that do not participate to join the group, because this is the only way of effectively implementing or cascading this at the national level. Another topic that is very important we have to consider is that we have to double the efforts in the field of communications. We have to redesign the communications strategy because these topics are very important. But if you ask the citizens in general, you do not know what has been discussed, or they don't know what has been discussed. So we have to involve the non-state stakeholders into all these conversations. And to talk a little bit about the success cases, yesterday we mentioned that in the region, the focus, although it is very important to have mitigation, and we'll have this mid or long-term objectives to 2050 to accomplish carbon neutrality, but also resilience, and how we increase our adaptive capacity. So adaptation here is key. And in the future, as we see it, there is a cross-cutting context in Chile that in the future, the successful businesses are going to be the sustainable businesses. There's no future for unsustainable business. So if there is a national consensus in all this, we have a good starting point. And then everybody will have to make an effort here. The governments are responsible for making the regulatory framework and the policies so that the non-state stakeholders, particularly the private sector, as in the case of Chile, should have the necessary incentives to make the long-term investments. And in that sense, there is a tool we wanted to share with you. And I think that perhaps, Andrea, we can make a session afterwards in the context of the COP25 and international cooperation. We were able to develop a tool that is called ArtClim, Atlas for Climate Risk at the Community Level. And at this moment, we have this tool that is public for everyone and the decision makers, and presents all the scenarios in the regions of Chile according to 1.52 and so on. And that allows us to make decisions at the level of the public policies. But something very important is that the private sector may have clarity about the future landscapes in order to make good investment decisions. So we have to see how we advance in the management of climate risk. And how is that climate risk? Well, we incorporate that in the decision making of the organizations. I have in my list Argentina and then Brazil. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Andrea. I'm going to try to be concise, but also adjusting to the requirement of not reading. I am going to think out loud also. And that implies a little bit more time, but anyway, I love the concept of grounding the ideas. So I'm going to try to ground my ideas in an easy way. I think that the title of this panel is Accelerating the Action. Accelerating means time. There is a meaning in all this. And accelerating the action with the time factor included is a demand that comes from science. The scientific determinants accelerate or make us accelerate the action. And I also think it is a demand from society that in the virtuous process, the empowerment, the society, the hyperinformation that we citizens have access to, that is at the level of our eyes. Let us see that society requires that so necessary activism, that many times it's usually the youth, the ones that are more empowered, and they demand us to make the action. So who are the stakeholders involved into all this in accelerating the action. Because, for example, in order to put ourselves into this same analogy of the fire, many times I have had to organize the discussion, because you have those that put up the fire and we talk to the press to activate NGOs, and then we have the ones that put off the fire and those that really have to punish the ones that put it up. So we also have the prevention and extinguishing the fire. This is a responsibility of the state. So punishing is not the state, it's justice. So it's a branch of the state. It's one of the three legs of the state. So it is not the responsibility of the executives. And I think that the same thing happens in order to accelerate the action. We have the responsibilities of the states, we have the responsibilities of the international organizations, and we also have the responsibility of the different stakeholders involved in the state. And this is where we have to make an emphasis. Yesterday we were talking about the microcredits. And it was agreed by lots of people about the need of strengthening the funding in order to generate real transformations. And we were also talking about this vocation of several organizations to finance papers, and that sometimes in the countries in Latin America we receive like some canned projects, and the final product is like producing a paper or document. When the diagnosis, we already have it, because we have a scientific technological system that is very important. And we also have a regional cooperation with regards to being able to analyze those diagnoses. But it is also true that there are organizations that have a lot of funding. We are part of these fundings. For example, IDB. IDB allows us to make an important task with regards to this recycling task that Carlo was saying. Something that we did in Argentina, equipping municipalities for recycling, being 8 plants for other countries. And there are 30 projected that have 2022, 23, 24 that we're going to be able to have those treatment plants that are generators of employment. And they are generators of employment, especially in all the sectors going from the lower level of income in our countries. And that gives or offers dignity, generates a lot of dignity in a context that is very difficult, where technology sometimes complicates things at the moment of generating quality employment or employment with rights. And we are also participants of a funding from the World Bank. And the previous administration had decided to return a public document because they thought it was not necessary to do it. And they would do it because of ideological reasons. So I just want to make a special emphasis in this about these aspects. So with that credit of the World Bank, we are equipping, or we are making water wells for the native communities that are very far in the province of Salta that didn't have access to the water, that the chiefs of those communities would tell us, since we inaugurated those wells, that the boys and girls are not getting sick anymore. They are not getting any gastrointestinal diseases, gastritis or any other issue. Sorry, I got stuck there. And I think that this is a virtuous process. So, of course, we need the funding, we need the possibility, and also we are facing an opportunity here to look at the necessary stakeholders to accelerate the process. We are going to participate, all of us, of COP in Africa. And COP in Africa is going to have a discussion about the particular conditions of Africa that are understandable without a doubt when you analyze the economic indicators. But it is also necessary for us to have a position. We also have particular conditions. There are different indicators like income, structural poverty, GDP, NBI, Human Development Index, and so on. So I think that, well, Julian was saying this, it is necessary for us to put this into the need to discuss in a COP that is going to be held in Africa, and that perhaps The particular condition is going to be that there is going to be a lot of emphasis in Africa, but Latin America and the Caribbean should also have a position here and should be able to defend that position, not to be left out in this interaction, that we are middle-income countries and we only have like a few countries that are low income, but we do have a lot of vulnerabilities and we have a lot of asymmetries. And I think that this interaction is linked to an essential part in the process of acceleration of the action, and that's a popular struggles, a popular thrives. Environmental activism is framed in the popular thrives, and I think that those thrives, even in the environment, we're talking about an ideological fight, an ideological struggle. I think that undermining the popular struggles is a great mistake. It's a big opportunity to reduce the changes. Or to promote the changes, because the change and the transformation is promoted by the people. The institutions sometimes do some coaching, and sometimes the people are ahead and the institutions are not coaching, but people continue advancing. And since environmental activism is also an ideological struggle, see what happened, or what used to happen until January 21. United States was outside the Paris Agreement. It was an ideological decision. And it is now back in the Paris Agreement also because of an ideological position. So I believe that the ideological shade is really the most profound essence of democracy. If we all thought the same way, we would be a great corporation far from peoples. We cannot think the same way. I think that the differences really nourish us and make us better people, without a doubt. So I believe that also at the same time that we have this cross-cutting environmental agenda, we have the challenge of reaching agreements, and perhaps we not all think the same way, but the differences we have, and since we have this cross-cutting agenda, make us have dialogues and consensus, although we do not think the same way in all the aspects. And I think that this is a virtuous process, and we cannot accept that we do not have an ideological position about this. Because even, when we're talking about lithium, Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, we have lithium. We can be part of the energy transition of the world with that lithium to accumulate that renewable energy. Bolivia tried to get into a process of industrializing, not selling the lithium for us to buy the batteries here, as it happens with many aspects throughout the 200 years of history of Latin America, where the raw material is brought to other countries and we ourselves buy what has been produced from our basic element or fundamental element. And with lithium, we have the opportunity of producing those batteries and not selling the lithium without any manufacturing process to then buy it again. And perhaps the situation in Bolivia, or the shock in Bolivia, had to do with that position from Bolivia of industrializing. So for me, it is not the same to have a de facto government, or a government that entered there as a result of a coup d'etat, than a democratic government, because we believe in democracy. And democracy is also an ideological position, and the coup d'etat are also ideological positions. And in those discussions, we also have the environmental, because in lithium in the Amazonian area, we also have the environmental. So I think sometimes undermining is an error, and I think that the process of the youth is really virtuous. And at the same time, we also have the challenge of reflecting about the fact that there is no one youth, but there is different types of youth. I come from a youth process, a political process. The former president favored a lot the youth process in Argentina. I come from that. My parents also come from that, from those youth struggles in the decade of the 70s. So I think that we also, with these discussions, we have to move on to be able to better fine-tune the narratives related to the activism, which is a very virtuous process, and we need the youth to be more and more empowered so that we can interact, and then all together we can accelerate the action and get to this objective of sustainability that our planet needs and that the next generations need. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Brazil. And then I have Mexico in the line and Nicaragua in the line. Brazil. Yes, thank you, Madam Minister. Very quickly, just a couple of comments and some questions. Taking or using as a focus the 3 questions from the guiding questions, I would like to join what my colleague from Chile said a while ago with regards to the fact that it would perhaps be worth making a stock-taking exercise, even because that stock-taking exercise, and I apologize to use the English word because I cannot think about the Spanish one, would allow us to answer, or at least to have the basis of responding to part of the 3 questions. I also want to join the Minister of Colombia when he encouraged the quality of the panel members today. I don't know if it because I'm a little bit more awake than yesterday afternoon because it was very interesting, but I really would like to add some of the questions with the perspective of having them been answered. My first question has to do with the issue of lithium, even from a different perspective from that of the Argentinian minister. Deep inside the issue of lithium is the fact that we're still captured by the extraction paradigm, and it is not so much whether lithium stays or not in Latin America or whether we produce it or not here, but the energy model that we move forward to be able to get to zero emissions is actually the model that is of interest for Latin America and the Caribbean. Latin America and the Caribbean will be benefited with more panels of solar energy and more generators of wind power, or if we have to use the capacity we have for research to find other options for electrification. The topic of decarbonization is closely related to energy production. And I always get this impression that in the debates of the environmental forum, the production of energy seems to be like something you don't talk about. But if you open the papers in these days, energy generation is present in the main conflict that is said. I'm not going to mention this, but you know what I'm talking about. So the question is, at the same time, the environmental debate process, we have satanized some energies with which we have installed capacity in Latin America. Hydropower, nuclear power. There were 2 options for Latin America. I invested a lot of effort to be able to get the technological capacity of engineering and research, and that in a way were satanized, especially by the international financial organizations. These are things that I wanted to mention. I also want to mention here, because I think it is a very relevant topic, and I thought about the intervention of our colleague from the World Bank, but also from IDB, and especially my colleague, the General Secretary of ODCA, the issue of the relationship between bioeconomy and trade. Yes, I agree with the forest elements. I agree when we talk about fishing and so on. But when you look at the landscape of international trade that would allow the countries of Latin America to turn that forest sector into also more sustainable sectors that are more adapted, generating income, employment, and so on. The commercial barriers, the subsidy barriers are still relevant. And I see that there is, if you may call it this way, a divorce between the positions that we defend. For example, in the negotiations of trade and environment in the WTO, with regards to economy, the priorities we have to follow, and the objectives that we pursue. So, finally, regulatory convergence. I think that was something very interesting, but the question once again is, how do we objectively promote a view towards what we have to pursue in terms of regulatory convergence? And I think that this is something that has to do even with ecosystem issues such as regulatory convergence in the Amazon biome, regulatory convergence in the platinum biome, in the Caribbean, Central American biome. And the example we're talking about here of the marine corridor in the Pacific, that is a clear example of the countries getting to an agreement about how to use the bioma from the perspective of convergence. Thank you, Madam Minister. Those were my questions, and I hope I had been quick as you have asked. Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you very much for calling us to this reflection. We have then Mexico that is on the line. Good morning, Minister Mesa. It is a pleasure to greet you, ministers from Mexico. Get the greetings and Secretary Maria Luisa Albores, with whom you had the opportunity, several of you had the opportunity of exchanging some opportunities and talks in Glasgow. From Mexico, we celebrate a lot the reflection and the dialogue that has been triggered based on this forum. And it not only invites us to do this reflection, but also, as the name of this high level dialogue, it invites us to trigger some action ideas and accelerate them. We know and we also celebrate, we share the change of paradigm of not just considering it environmental, but also to put focus in the social. We cannot separate the reality, and therefore it is important to consider our communities hand in hand with the environment. In Mexico, our president has been very clear, and the national policy of all the ministries is to put first the communities and especially the most vulnerable ones. To be very specific, I would like to share with you 3 actions that we are implementing from the Mexican government and that consider these different economic, social, cultural dimensions that allow us to face several of the challenges that we have at the regional level.
The first one is Sembrando Vida, or Planting Life, the largest planting. They have planted more than 800 million trees. And I refer to this program because the discussion of the panel makes us go from the idea of financial paradigm and transforming that reality to indicate the way in which our communities are considered. There's something interesting in Mexico. 85% of the land in Mexico are managed by indigenous communities, but at the same time, there is a vulnerability and poverty that we cannot deny, and we try to combat with these actions. Yesterday, Minister Correa mentioned the value of environmental education, and this is another of the things we're doing. We have the Islas Marias, where we have a cultural center to train young people from all Mexico so they become the guardians of the territory. Finally, I want to reaffirm that the Mexican government is open to cooperation, operate together all these challenges and realities, because our communities have to be in the core of their decisions, and we cannot forget these financial strategies have to reach communities. The idea to conserve producing and produce conserving should not be an opposite, and those we should be those people who have conserved those territories. Thank you, Minister. Greetings from Mexico. Thank you. Subsecretary or Secretary. Thank you for being connected and sharing that reflection. I have Nicaragua. Is it the minister? Is Nicaragua here? Yeah, greetings. Greetings, all ministers. We have Javier Gutierrez here, Vice Minister of Environment and Secretary of the Secretariat for Climate Change from the Presidency of the Republic. Yesterday's session was very interesting. Because we have several visions, we were not there, but we took note of the panels and participations. It is important to remember our history, to remember how colonization of our peoples started, and remember how all the conflicts and interventions started. These are natural resources. In September last year, we celebrated 200 years of independence of Central America. We celebrated it together with the countries of the GRULAC here in Nicaragua. And I mentioned this. I was listening the colleague from Argentina, and we are accountable of safeguarding Mother Nature, and I'm talking of all the countries of the world. Some we assume, and sometimes it's just on the paper. We have to go from so many diagnoses to action to be more operational. With the population, we cannot continue go to their communities, to their houses, to ask for more information when all the institutions, the municipalities, all the governments, indigenous territories, regional territories from the Caribbean, of all the countries of the Caribbean, and all municipalities have many studies of all the needs that are in our territory. We need to resume that and start executing the actions, is to give attention and response to our beneficiaries or users, however we want to call it. But at the end, it's our people. It's a people that we are waiting that we get to action, and not that they continue with a diagnosis or just to put up fires. We have to be preventive, not reactive. And in the logic of prevention, happens when we think more in giving a response to the needs and giving options to our people, because there is no conservation if there is not profitability in this business, and we refer that we have to give socio-economic alternatives to people based on Mother Nature, Pachamama, or common house. If she provides us with food and oxygen, why can't we establish socioeconomical options that she provides? So this is more in harmony with human resources and environment, and satisfies the population. Nicaragua wants to share an experience that we have been developing for almost 14 years, and that sets a difference in the actions. We always, yesterday, a young lady participating, I don't know where she's from, but I think she was not even born when the Rio Summit was celebrated. We are relatively young, but Rio Summit is 23-year-olds, and the speeches are almost the same in all forums. The environmental part has to prevent. So then we go to put up fires. We had 1,000 fires. As we have been strengthening this strategy, as national experience that is called Biodiversity, Your Solution Based on Nature. This has allowed us to measure indicators in exports, sorry, and at the micro level has provided income options to the population and has helped to lower the pressure on natural resources or 74 protected areas, and at the same time have affect, created a decrease of 80% of fires, especially in protected areas and biological corridors. And another conservation methods we call private reserves that are not in the protected areas and municipal ecological parks that we declare by a law together with the municipalities. And this has increased conservation areas, protection and restoration. So in the country, it goes up to 52% of the national territory. Minister Mesa, if you allow me to share a video to see how we have developed in that strategy. But they call that we call reproduction in captivity. That is where we have that level of export and has allowed to generate to achieve goals, not only national consumption and production, and that gives a response to something that is one of the main goals of this strategy, and it is to give back that ancestral right to our indigenous populations, Miskitas, Mayarnas, but also mixed communities and Pacific Center, South and North, that we also have indigenous communities. There is something that goes from ancestral rights and is aligned to food demand. If you allow me, I will close with this video. I cannot right now because we have an agenda and the president of the country will arrive. If you can send it to me, we would love it to see it. Give you an email address and I will show it in the afternoon as part of the afternoon's panel. We still have Panama and Belize. I would ask to be very brief because otherwise I will have to cut short when the president arrives. If you send it, I will show it in the afternoon after we finish the segment with the president. Of course. Yes, of course. Thank you. And greetings to all brothers, sisters, representatives, and hugs to all our colleagues from the corporation who we work together to give a response to our people. Thank you very much. Panama. Vice Minister. I'm sorry. What important dialogue to accelerate the action. Thanks for the time. I'm going to be very brief. We see that we have to face the deeper causes of poverty and exclusion by the institutional strengthening of development policies, focused on long term. The pandemic has shown the importance of public institutions, that they are solid, that they create efficient partnerships between the government and other stakeholders. But to respond to COVID 19, we must administrative reforms, a governance with to increase the capacity, the governments to face medium and long-term challenges. That is to see what each one of us have scheduled. One of the main lessons learned, and I agree with the Minister of Colombia, is to close the social gaps. Why did I want to talk? I want to highlight the government initiative proposed by our President Laurentino Ortiz, called Pact by the Bicentennial Closing Gaps, where an initiative in the pandemic consults the people from the bottom up. This process took 11 months, and the main thing is that the government, Panamanian government, give us those concerns to close those gaps in finance, health, and others. For 11 months, there was a public consultation through a digital platform called Agora. It was very well received, and we received 186,000 proposals presented by the population during the celebration of the bicentennial of the Republic. And what does closing gaps mean? To close the gaps in the neighborhoods, there was a process completely independent from the government. There was a consultation council comprised by key sectors of society, companies, youth, NGOs, the people. We have 187 national agreements. We have environmental topics that we have to comply with, and that will not start in these governments, but the other governments will have to comply with these agreements. So closing gaps was led by Paulina Francesis, where they created agreements to start the transformations to improve public policies. There is a commitment with the social issue, with the people. This is a government project where there is a direct commitment with people to accomplish that 2030 agenda and the SDGs. We have the will, political will, we have the regional will to help other countries to accelerate actions, and I'm going to end up my intervention with the success cases Panama has had in during these years, and we have modernization of environmental instruments, environmental audits through executive decrees, environmental adaptation, surveillance and control of waste. We have a brand of clean products partnerships to promote circular economy in the private sectors. That is a process of creation of a circular economy where we have developed a business sustainable guide as part of the regional coalition of circular economy. These are very successful cases we have in Panama. Our president has given that line to work as a team zero waste, and action for integral management of waste, and the law that regulates integral management of solid waste in Panama. This was signed by our president in December 2021. So we are trying to close the dump sites in rural areas and partnerships for recycling. We also have very successful stories with these community organizations given by the Ministry of Environment. And whatever you need from our country to support us to accelerate actions, and that you also help us. Thank you. There are some logistic elements that have to be shared with us. Then we go to the coffee break, and then please come back at 10:15 back. So then we would continue with the Minister of Belize. Piedad, just some announcements related with lunch with the president. We want to tell you that the president will come to this room, speak, and with the highest level delegate of each country, minister, vice minister, would go to take a picture. The rest, please wait here in the room, because they would go first to lunch, and then afterwards they will tell us to go to lunch. And two other things: people who are funded by the organization, after 3 o'clock, next room, there's going to be someone to give you the per diem, you know, the amounts. So this will be given there. There's going to be an aide, so there will be a line. We'll call each delegation. And as you know, we are celebrating 40 years with a celebration tonight. When we finish this activity, we're going to go next to the golf and we have a celebration. It's going to be just after we finish the meeting. So coffee, it's wait for you 10:30 if you want. 10:20 please.
Hola, ministro.
Hi, ministers, please come back to the session for the second dialogue. Okay, good morning, ministers. We are going to continue. We're going to go back to this second dialogue. And we were looking at how to accelerate action. This is quite focused on how we accelerate funding, which are two elements that are very related, as we have heard throughout our conversation, and two or three specific pieces of information that I would like to share with you, because I think it is key, and this gives us some elements about this. This systemic transformation of our economies in making zero net emissions 2050 positive in nature would require not those millions or billions, but trillions. At the end, it's a phrase that's over there. It would require a lot of mobilization of public and private resources, And the truth is that in order to make those private resources get to the region, probably we're going to have to work on a lot of topics related to risk. This means how are we perceived at the end many times, because if we leave the conditions with the status quo as it is not that the investment just comes and occurs. And actually, there is some interesting information about the Initiative for Climate Policy that says that most of global climate funding, 632 billion in the period 2019-2020, flow 46% to East Asia and the Pacific, Western Europe 17%, US and Canada 13%, and America only 5%. So I think that that is also clear, and it is related to a lot of the difficulties we have, instability. So there are lots and lots of elements that we also need to be clear, and we need to see how to approach them to really be effective. And the other piece of information that I think it's important to put it into the reflection is what we know mitigation activities, including forest protection and reforestation, have received 82%, 4 times more than the adaptation activities, which is also another important challenge. How we mobilize or how we kind of balance again the investments in adaptation. But without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Alicia Bárcena, for being here with us in this part of the forum and giving us some reflection. We have been hearing a lot about the opportunities, but also the challenges, the inequalities, the element of middle income, many elements that are being put forth here on the table and that are essential to accomplish the mobilization of the public and private resources with the right scale to make the necessary transformations in a very systemic approach where we generate well-being, of course, and at the same time we reach those environmental goals. So Alicia, thank you very much. Thank you, dear Minister Andrea Mesa. It is a joy to greet you all, as well as the authorities that are present. Because of time, I'm going to be very brief. We'll see you there in the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and we will be approaching these topics. But if you allow me, because I know that the President is going to be there, and by the way, please send our greetings. I will present very quickly the 3 topics that I want to approach on how to finance the sustainable development, especially after the COVID pandemic. There are 3 things that I think are happening nowadays, and it is very important for the ministers and the authorities and the international organizations. I'm glad I have in this panel very relevant people such as Julie and Drew. We have a luxurious panel, but I wanted to talk about the following. The pandemic has magnified the environmental deterioration, and there are serious delays with regards to the 2030 agenda. This is something we cannot obviate, and there is evident impact with climate change, with droughts, deforestation, loss of biodiversity, non-residuals in the ocean. But what we're more concerned about is that there is less public budget for the environment, and during the pandemic it also went through a greater effect as the pressure is very high, especially in the urban areas. So the fiscal stimuli that the governments have put into this pandemic have been more oriented to the current or the normal expenses, which are important to support the houses or the households. But we have lost the opportunity of making a more innovative proposal about an American Green Deal or a Building Back Better, as the US or Europe are doing. And the truth is that we have to focus on which are going to be those transforming sectors to be able to move towards sustainability. And thirdly, what are the fiscal strategies and international cooperation with the growing asymmetries in this big push. So the environmental situation becomes more serious, but unfortunately the budgets are moving down. We have made an analysis of the environmental budgets in the public expenses, and we see that they have been reduced between 20 2019 and 2020 to have a 0.4% of the GDP to 0.2. So we are going in the opposite direction from the 100 the environmental budget had in 2016. We are now in 60. And in spite of the fact that the environmental problems are increasing, the global asymmetries are also growing. The truth is that the principle of common responsibilities has to come back to the table because, Andrea, as you have mentioned very well, there was more financing put into funding when for our region the adaptation is essential, especially because it does not contribute that much to the global emissions, and that in addition we have a budget of carbon that is quite low. Our emissions are equivalent to 4.2 gigatons when in the world we're talking about 50 gigatons. And there are other very tough asymmetries that we are suffering. Vaccination is one of them without a doubt, and especially the Caribbean. The Caribbean is one of the areas that suffers the most, and Central America in many ways. But we also have a great asymmetry. Europe and the United States are investing. In the United States, 18% of the GDP in fiscal stimulus. Europe, something similar. But we are just announcing 2.2% of the GDP in fiscal incentives. But we will see that in the green agenda, very little will be moved. And the concentration of the richest versus the poorest, the 1% richest in the world, has 50% of the world wealth. So we have to do something about it, and we are losing very important spaces. The crisis of the pandemic also made two very key topics more serious. Of course, the aspect of inequality, but we have two problems. The public debt of the central government, we are in 90.3 with regards to the GDP. But what is more serious is that the public expenditure has to assume the topic of the payment of interest. In the chart, we see that the payment of interest to the debt grows while the expenditure in capital, in sustainable investment, drops. So we see that the investment, and we see it here in our region, we are the ones that invest the least, 19.5 with regards to 26.8 in the world. So we have to expand in these investments in infrastructure, in renewable energy projects, and so on. And we are way behind. This is public and private investment. We are not there. And productivity, we go farther and farther from the technological frontier of the United States, and our economies have become more depending on the extraction of natural resources. And finally, if we see the bonds that are being issued, the external bonds from the corporate sector, we see that they go down, but they are not being, or we have not been investing a lot in capital formation. So we see that there is an unsustainable area that is reinforcing the current pattern. When we talk about green and non-green recovery, Dominica and Barbados, really the Caribbeans, are the ones that are from the total of expenses. The total of expense in 2021 was $421 billion, and it only represented 1%. And we are not moving as quickly to decarbonization sectors, to be able to get to carbon zero, to be able to get to electromobility or bioeconomics or nature-based solutions. And for example, the investment required to be able to make this energy transition would require an investment of 1.3% of the GDP. We could go to renewable energies in a very important decade. We have more than 86% of renewable energy already in the region, and we could produce 7 million employments, which is something that really concerns our government. So options to open the fiscal space and finance sustainable development. One is to eliminate evasion and tax expenses. I think that tax and compliance got to $325,000 million, and then the tributary expenses, what is giving to the organized groups and corporations to 3% of the GDP. So we have to check this because we got to see where we are going to orient these resources. We have to progressively check the royalties for the exploitation of non-renewable resources, the miners. We have made a comparison analysis of it was in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's the same transnational companies, but they pay different royalties to different countries. So reducing the subsidies to fossil fuels, we see here that there are 8 countries that have made a very important effort to reduce the subsidies: Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia, etc. But that big reduction occurred mainly at the end because of the pandemic, but there are countries that have made huge efforts and, of course, improve the poor collection of the carbon tax. The carbon tax nowadays is $5 a ton, and we have to put it to $40 a ton, which will allow us to advance importantly. So we have to realign the public policy to get to an additional point for transforming investment through a set of funding sources. We are proposing, of course, that the carbon tax goes from 5 to 40 to fight against that fiscal evasion. This is something that we see in the chart. We have to advance, we have to obtain resources to fight evasion. The international funds have to be placed into this because, see, as you said, Latin America is not receiving international funds that may be sufficient for the level of change that is required and the progressive elimination of subsidies. So we propose that by 2030 we change the relationship of these elements to increase the expenditure and move towards a low carbon economy. And finally, I would say international cooperation. This is very important because otherwise we're not going to get there. We have to distribute liquidity. We did that with with some special rights, but we really have to take into account what Mia presented in COP26 of providing special rights for $500 billion for climate action and especially for mitigation. And what Costa Rica has proposed is this fund to relieve the crisis of the pandemic with a green perspective. This is what has characterized FASE, and of course expand the universe of instruments to assign resources. I want to congratulate Great Britain that is placing £2 million through ProGru to finance or support the creation of 500,000 square kilometers of protection to the oceans. But the banks have to be around the table, and of course how to put innovative instruments such as contingent clauses. By the way, the countries are up to their neck out of debt. If there is a hurricane, they're going to be even worse. So contingent bonds, green bonds, the SDG bond that are also related to the GDP. And finally, the change of debt by resilience. This is a concrete proposal that we have made for the Caribbean, where we have to condone at least 12% of the debt to create a resilience fund for adaptation. And of course, I show you here how the green fund bonds have been used per sector. There is no doubt that the majority have been going to energy and transportation. We are talking about the bonds. There has been a presence of bonds that has been very important, and I think it's important to highlight that. And I close here by saying, Andrea, that we have prepared a COVID-19 report. We have made an analysis of COVID, social, economic, etc. And number 13 is precisely how to finance sustainable development, where these proposals that I'm talking about here very briefly are there in detail, and you can consult this in our webpage in English and in Spanish. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope that I had not exceeded the time that had been assigned. Thank you for the opportunity. Hugs to all of you, ministers. It is not an easy task. I was an environmental authority, and I know how difficult it is to fight with the economists. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. A very clear presentation, a lot of data. We have a luxurious panel, so I would ask 2 of the panel members are here in the room, so maybe you can go to the front. We have Rafael Monge, CEO of Acciona on the one hand, and then Ambassador Fiona Clowder, the Ambassador of Climate Change from the United Kingdom for Latin America and the Caribbean. And virtually, we have Sonia Munoz, the Chief of Division for the Caribbean of the Department of Western Hemisphere of the International Monetary Fund, and Drew Stewart, the President and CEO of the Versus Fund, and Eric Usher, the Director of the Financial Initiative of UNEP. And with this panel, what we want is to precisely find options, mechanisms on how to accelerate that mobilization of resources in the Latin American context. And I think that the figures were very clear. What are those challenges? We have to understand the potentials from the vision of the public resources as well as the private ones. So to begin with, and in a more general perspective, we would give the floor to Sonia and see what IMF is doing and how IMF could support us in this process. So please, Sonia.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, I'm delighted to be part of today's forum, sitting on behalf of the IMF. Climate change is a critical macro challenge in Latin America and the Caribbean. Some countries face challenges related to containing and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, while others have an urgent need to build resilience to natural disasters, especially in the Caribbean and Central American countries. Financing needs are large for adaptation and mitigation in the region as a whole and will require upfront financing. The investment needed to reach NDC goals and strengthen resilience for climate adaptation are estimated about 100 billion per year for the region, or about 2% of the region's GDP. External financing for climate mitigation and adaptation in the region will be essential then, given the limits to domestic resource mobilization. For the most vulnerable countries, it will be essential that this financing be provided on highly concessional terms, including in the form of grants. So what are the main challenges for climate finance? I will group them into two categories. The first one is information gaps. Careful, costed, fiscally sustainable investment plans are needed to attract donor finance in countries vulnerable to climate change. Strengthening climate risk assessments in macrofinancial surveillance and integrating climate risk in prudential frameworks are key. Also, better disclosures are critical for aligning financial market incentives, evaluate climate impact, proper asset valuation, and effective risk management. The second category is concerns about allocation of finance. Vulnerable countries will have much less fiscal space after the crisis, the COVID crisis, for climate investments and will require more support from donors. Access to climate financing is sometimes complex and cumbersome and is lagging much behind needs. So what is the role of the IMF? The IMF is working on innovative solutions to play a convening role to unlock access to climate financing and help produce fiscally sustainable investment plans to attract donor finance in countries vulnerable to climate change. First, the IMF is setting up a resilience and sustainability trust to provide affordable long-term financing to support countries as they tackle structural challenges such as climate change. It will aim to support access to more affordable financing by lending at cheaper rates and with longer maturities than the IMF's traditional lending terms. The proposed trust could catalyze both private and donor financing. Second, the IMF has created the Disaster Resilience Strategy Framework to internalize the cost and returns of resilience building into sustainable macroeconomic frameworks consistent with debt sustainability to catalyze financial support. In the Caribbean, Dominica and Grenada have developed such a strategy with IMF support. It quantifies financing needs and gaps, provides a roadmap for policy design and sequencing, and promote coordinated international support from bilateral donors, climate funds, and other sources. The strategy entails a three-pillar approach: enhancing resilience infrastructure to limit the impact of disasters. Second, creating fiscal buffers and using prearranged insurance instruments to protect fiscal sustainability and manage recovery costs, and contingency planning to ensure a speedy response to a disaster. Lastly, the IMF is also developing its own product for climate policy diagnostics, the Climate Macroeconomic Assessment Program. The IMF is a partner in the climate fight, but additional financing is needed. Debt for climate swaps could be a useful addition to the climate finance toolkit in a context where many countries are struggling with fiscal space to implement climate resilience enhancing policies. Debt for climate swaps are more suitable for countries with sustainable debt, but limited fiscal space. The IMF can help assess where debt swaps may be appropriate and contribute to their implementation and scaling up through capacity development, financing, and conditionality. Another instrument are state contingent instruments that Alicia mentioned that can support climate mitigation and adaptation. Catastrophe bonds and hurricane clauses, like in Barbados and Grenada debt restructuring, constitute an underused but potentially important source of contingent financing. Further developing state contingent instruments outside of debt restructurings could help countries better manage their debt service payments at times of natural disasters. The developing markets for sustainable linked debt and equity have also the potential to support climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. The most significant component in this market, as Alicia mentioned, is green bonds. Green bond sales have been growing rapidly in the region, accounting for $8 billion of around $300 billion in global usage in 2020. And lastly, Latin American countries can play an important role in global mitigation efforts by contributing to a reduction in net carbon emissions in a cost-effective way by preserving and enhancing the region's natural endowments, what we call natural carbon sinks, especially its forestry and biodiversity. So the bottom line is that the IMF is here to help in the climate fight. We are eager to work with others to help our members for affordable financing, capacity building, and policy advice. Thank you.
Gracias, Sonia. Gracias por esa intervención.
Thank you.
Dear Andrew, thank you for joining us and very eager to hear your views and thoughts on how to mobilize in a more strategic way private money, philanthropy money to the region and to this agenda. Thank you. Andrew, over to you.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Minister Andrea. Thank you for your leadership. And thanks to all the ministers here for the leadership you provide. Latin America and the Caribbean has still some of the most innovative ideas and policies and instruments. And this annual conference is a place where there is great learning to be had. I've joined you several times over the years. I remember 20 years ago when the idea of debt swaps for nature was relatively new, and Latin America was leading the way on that. And so too, you're leading the way in many other areas, including actually in finance. As Sonia says, I mean, you've increased hugely on green finance. By the end of last year, actually, it was up to $30 billion. And also a number of you are very active in the coalition of finance ministers for climate change, which is very important indeed. So let me just add a few words to the excellent comments from Alicia and Sonia. Look, you're absolutely right, Andrea, that quite frankly, the last 2 years, when rich countries have spent more than $14 trillion on themselves to rebuild themselves after the pandemic, basically very, very little has been made available to support countries in need. And at the same time, obviously, debt has risen, the macroeconomy has deteriorated, and this is not good. And indeed, some rich countries have even lowered their official development assistance in order to enable them to spend more money at home. That's the bad news. Out there, though, there is some good news, quite frankly. If you look at the big pots of money, philanthropy, official, both bilateral and multilateral, carbon markets, and then the private sector. In each of those, there is an opportunity for Latin America, I think, to do much, much better than before. In philanthropy, by the way, growing very rapidly, I have the privilege of leading the Bezos Earth Fund. That's $10 billion of grant funds to be spent on nature and climate over the next 9 years now. And just last September, we, together with other foundations, we announced $5 billion for nature. And in Glasgow, we at the Bezos Earth Fund announced $3 billion from our fund for nature, $1 billion for conservation, $1 billion for restoration, and $1 billion for food. Latin America, more than any other region, has figured out that actually nature and climate are not two agendas, they're one agenda. And you've done a brilliant job on that. And I would really recommend you major on that story, because there are lots of resources to be had there. When it comes to grant money, the trick is to get leverage, and we don't get enough of it yet. So I'll give you one example. We're a founding member of the Global Energy Alliance. We had a board meeting this morning, and that's $1.6 billion of grant money. And we're going to use that to buy down risks and to leverage private sector money and development finance institution money as well. I would urge you to tap into that in quite a big way. When it comes to carbon markets, there's a huge attraction at the moment for carbon markets for nature. As you know, no country, no region in the world is better equipped than Latin America to tap into that. Obviously, there's a huge amount of work going on right now in specifying conditions under which the supply side is strong enough. I would urge you, as many of your countries already are, to buy into the higher level standards of, say, art trees or an equivalent standard, because that is going to attract money. And as ministers of environment, I would urge you to push for higher standards. The most, and by the way, to adopt what's called a jurisdictional approach, which in turn will attract a lot more money. The biggest question of all, obviously, is the private sector. In Glasgow, as you know, $130 trillion of assets under management were announced to go net zero by the middle of the century. All of those banks and funds and bondholders, they are all going to be looking for green investments. As of today, very little of that money will go to the developing world. And I think Sonia explained quite well as to why that is. These private sector facilities need to understand risk in great detail and return, and they sometimes feel they don't. And I guess one piece of advice, and I don't want to be inappropriate here, is that your ministers of finance and planning and energy and agriculture in some of your countries need to work harder for you. If you look at the dynamics around the world of ministers of environment and ministers of finance, usually the minister of finance is regarded as the superior one, and the minister of environment says, please, could you give me some money? That should be totally reversed. What you need to be doing is going into the cabinet meeting and saying to the ministries of finance, you need to work for us. There's actually quite a lot of money out there, and we actually could be attractive. The problem is not the ministries of environment, not the policies in environment often, not the ideas in environment. The problem is you don't have an attractive enough economy yet. And so we need to, this is why the coalition of finance ministers is so important. And it's going to be very important that when we head towards, for example, Stockholm plus 50, when we ought to be thinking of big ideas, it's really important that that message gets across. And Latin America, more than most regions, has figured out that it's not a trade-off to address climate change and nature on the one hand and the economy on the other. We used to believe that it'd be nice to do good things for the environment, but it's going to cost you on the economy. We now know that that is the economics of the last century. The economics of this century is act smartly, boldly on the environment, and you will have more economic efficiency, you will drive new technologies, and you will lower risk, and you will reshape expectations for the future. And those things combined can lead to a more vibrant economy. And the IMF and the World Bank and Alicia's team have been demonstrating that. And so I would really embrace that message as you have conversations around your own cabinet tables. So thank you very much. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you. Brilliant intervention, and we have been empowering these ministers of environment here. I think that they will arrive to the cabinets and they will jump into the ministers of planning and finance with a new attitude, which is so good. Thank you for those words. Seguimos entonces ahora aquí en sala con...
We continue with Rafael Mateo, CEO of Acciona. Thank you, Rafael, for being here in person. Thank you. Good morning, ministers, authorities. It's a pleasure to be here in this distinguished forum about the largest problem we face right now in our society, that is climate change. Very briefly, I represent the private sector. Accion is a global company with 30,000 employees dedicated to development and operation of sustainable infrastructure, regenerative in terms of water, transportation, or renewable energy in almost all the countries, with almost 3 gigabytes, and we are the larger operator in renewable energy in the region. 75% of infrastructures that we will use in the next 50 years do not exist today, so we are in a key moment to decide what type of infrastructure we want to develop that will be the ones that ensure the prosperity of at least the 2 next generation. And when I talk about infrastructure, I talk about sustainable contributing, not only to solve problems that exist, but try to resolve the problems that we'll see appear, and that with water, transportations, telecommunications, buildings, or energy. To invest in infrastructure should be the goal of the Latin American region. As Dr. Alicia Bárcena said, Latin America invests 1.4 of GDP in infrastructure, and it will necessary to double that percentage to close the gap with other economies. The investment on infrastructure generates employment, so we should be at the opportunity to turn Latin America in the focus of private investment. To attract investment should be our goal, not public investment so much. It has been said in pro-cyclic moments, public funds goes to common expenses, but there are enough private funds to invest in infrastructure. One investment, clear investment, is the investment in transformation of the energy grid, the energy transition that has no or should not have an ideology, and is more economic transition to a new economic model. We talk about technology, energy, and evidently water is the renewable energy that is the kindest. Latin American region has a lot, but we have to take into account that climate change, we cannot say that affects the total amount of water. It does affect the redistribution, monthly redistribution. We know great droughts that make difficult to design of the electric grid. So something that is solar wind energy that exists should give us an energy matrix that minimizes the effects of climate change. There are structural things that generate employment. There are no nuclear projects. It generates jobs in less than 2 years, five times more jobs per $1 million invested than the fossil alternatives. It reduces the risk of mix. It ensures price stability for energy, important for industrial revolution. And a comment: where I come from, Europe is suffering high prices in energy because knowing 10 years what was the solution, it has been distracted proposing an alternative based on natural gas that Europe does not have. So it's submitted to fuel prices decided by the energy transition on the hands of other geopolitical stakeholders. So proposing an economic transition, creating jobs and resilience from the higher use of renewables is an immediate solution. I want to finish by telling you that from the private investor, what would private investor to invest in the said way important amounts to resolve the economic transition of Latin America. In the first place, it seems obvious, but it's regulatory stability, legal stability, robust arbitration mechanisms. Legal security reduces the risk and the risk of the country, the premium risk, capital cost, and debt for the country, for the companies. But it's not only good for the companies, it's also good for the citizens because it stabilizes the currency exchange. It needs scaled, and that is long-term visibility. You cannot change the path every year or every 4 or 6 years. Infrastructures we're talking about are infrastructures for the next 40 or 60 years. So long-term visibility that transcends precedents, generates and creates local specialized jobs. We require policies and mechanisms, and these are acceleration policies to demand quotas, facilitation, for example, to have a betting, have the privates to be uptakers, give economic signals, the ones that the business world understand. We've talked about CO2 price of 40. Now it's 80 in Europe, and it's where the industry has seen that they not continue their emission path, establish activity qualification, regional taxonomies with specificities of each one of the countries that help to think what are the contributed organizations which are not, and help to focus public funds, especially private, to these activities, and especially promote innovation. When we talk about innovation, we don't have to talk about infrastructure so far. Infrastructure that help to solve problems. Carbon neutrality is not enough. We have to get a positive carbon world that is generative. Infrastructures like desalination plants, and they also use those waters for irrigation in drought areas, or sustainable building that is not only autochthonous in the energy consumption, but is also positively contributive. I think we have to design in the next decades providing infrastructures that take into account climate change. I know the world of private investment is willing to participate. Thank you, Rafael. What the private sectors, it's very useful to see what we would want to do. We have Eric Usher from UNEP Finance Initiative. Thank you. Es un placer.
For the invitation and to go after such a group of eminent speakers on a really critical topic. I'm going to speak about how the private finance sector is starting to align their financing with climate and other sustainability objectives, and what this means overall for scaling up investment. At the UNEP Finance Initiative, we've been working with the finance industry for many years, actually for 30 years. It's our anniversary this year. We were created at the Rio Earth Summit. So with roots in Latin America. Our work is really focused on establishing some of the most important sustainability-oriented frameworks within the private finance industry, including the Principles for Responsible Investment, or the PRI, which was established in 2006, the Principles for Sustainable Insurance in 2012, and most recently in 2019, the Principles for Responsible Banking. So these are UN frameworks working with the commercial, the private finance community. We also have been involved with the Net Zero Finance Alliances under GFANZ that Andrew has mentioned. I'll speak about those a little bit more shortly. Interestingly, Latin America is our second largest region globally in terms of membership after Europe, which I think speaks to what Andrew and others have mentioned in terms of how advanced I would say here, the private finance community is on sustainability terms in the region. During COVID, a lot of capital has been shifting towards ESG managed funds, so environmental, social, and governance-based factors. And I think it begs the question of what have we learned from an ESG lens on what's happened during the pandemic. And if I can break those down, on various environmental measures, we have seen some short-term benefits from lockdown, but unfortunately not something that has lasted. And frankly, I think the modest reduction in emissions shows how significant the climate challenge is. At the peak of the shutdown, global emissions were down about 7%. That has bounced back, and yet we know to get on a net zero trajectory, we need to be lowering emissions globally about that amount, 7% every year, year on year. The challenge is significant. In terms of the S in ESG, which I think has been much more affected than the E with COVID-19 really magnifying and increasing inequality. And it's probably on the economic front that poor countries, and particularly the poorest in the poor countries, will be hardest hit. For instance, although we saw good progress in the last decade, close to 1/3 of adults globally, about 1.7 billion people, are still unbanked. And progress now is likely to slow or even reverse while the economy sours. In this regard, we've been working with a group of banks to launch the PRB commitment to financial health and inclusion. And this includes more than 40 big banks globally that have committed so far to setting business targets in this area, financial health and inclusion. This includes 5 of the big banks in the Latin American region. Regarding the G in ESG, I think this crisis has really served as a large-scale stress test of the resilience of corporations and countries across the globe. And I think, as one would expect, companies with the best governance have so far fared the best. And so the concept of resilience goes far beyond our health systems and how we manage infectious diseases. For long-term sustainability, we really need to build system-wide resilience to all future shocks. And I think this building has to happen before the worst of the crises hit. So with the COVID recovery, I think we have the chance to create a period of growth and prosperity, the notion of this building back better. What we really need is for policymakers, regulators, and market actors to all shift from a narrow, nice to have green transactions mindset to a much more holistic portfolio alignment approach to greening financial institutions. And to give you an example of this, in 2019 at the UN Climate Summit, we saw the launch of something called the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. And this is a group of investors committed to fully decarbonizing their investment portfolios by 2050 with milestone targets starting in 2025. This alliance helped inspire the much larger GFANZ umbrella that Andrew referred to, that today counts financial actors from all parts of the system. It's 7 alliances. UNEPify, we convened 3 of them, including the original Asset Owner Alliance, but also the largest one, which is the Net Zero Banking Alliance. That's the most relevant one, I think, for the emerging markets and developing country regions, because the very important role that banks play. Interestingly, out of the 130 trillion of GFANZ announcements in Glasgow, half of that was from banking, and 4 trillion of that was actually banks within developing countries. So interestingly, it's a trend that is becoming global. Of the banks, we have the 10 largest banks in Europe who are committed, the 10 largest banks in North America who are committed. But very interestingly, the 7 of the 10 largest banks in Latin America are also committed. So this shows how this is really going global. I think in closing, financial regulators rebuilt the financial system after the global financial crisis. I think health systems are going to get rethought after COVID. But for climate change, probably, which is the largest shock to come, first of all, the impacts have already started, as we all know. So we really need to plan for today and to plan forward to flatten the curve before, not during the worst of the crisis. And this means we need a green recovery today that has the next crisis in mind. And the financial community really has a very important role to play in facilitating that recovery. And as such, really has a key role in ensuring that it follows a sustainable path. I'll leave it at that. There's so much going on in the region, and for us, it's really a privilege to be working in all of your countries to help work with the private financial community to play a very value-added role, aligning the financial system with the needs of society, the needs of sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you for sharing that useful information. Now we will do a test at the end of this dialogue to see how much of this information was known by the ministers here. And according to that, we will give you a beer or not at the end of the day. Fiona, please, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister Andrea Mezza and UNEP, for the invitation to speak at this important regional forum. It's an honor to be here. But secondly, thank you to all of you, the ministers, your teams, your governments, and also the private sector and civil society in your countries, everyone who contributed to COP26 to keep that crucial goal of 1.5 in reach. The world came together in Glasgow, important agreements were made, commitments confirmed to protect our world and to build a better world. But now, we're already 3 months on. Only 9 months to go until COP27, hosted by Egypt. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the COP26 UK presidency, as 2022 is our presidency year, and to say we're here to help. And I've got 3 main messages: immediacy, integration, and implementation. First, immediacy, or the urgency of the situation. I think it's very easy for all of us to slip back into the normal rhythm of meetings and discussions. But our world has changed, not least through the pandemic, but it's going to change further through climate change. And one thing we all recognised in Glasgow was the seriousness and urgency of the situation we face. And this great region, this precious region, is also one of the most vulnerable regions in the world, as well as holding much of the world's precious biodiversity and, of course, unique ecosystems, as we've been hearing. A region also, as Alicia set out, sadly disproportionately affected by the pandemic, and with that crisis fueling the even greater one ahead for climate change. So the need for adaptation and resilience is urgent. And as Eric has just said, planning today is important to mitigate against the problems for tomorrow. And as was said earlier, every day that passes is a day lost, a day that can prepare for, reduce the impacts, a day that can reduce the future financial burden, a day that can help save livelihoods and ultimately save lives. So es tarde. We need to act and act now, particularly on adaptation and resilience, but also, as we've been hearing, many of the opportunities for future jobs and growth, from the energy transformation and sustainable transport, as well as the economic opportunities related to nature and biodiversity. My second message is about integration. The tremendous power of this meeting is the region coming together, regardless of the different political or economic perspectives, but coming together to meet a common challenge. This region also has tremendous power and potential to raise its collective voice, a voice that still needs to be heard more loudly by the rest of the world. Many of the expert speakers here have covered many of the important statistics and features of this region. We've also heard about ideas and initiatives on the energy transformation, electromobility, sustainable cities, as well as on nature and biodiversity. So further exchanging that best practice across the region, developing shared initiatives is what will make the difference. But also integration, as other speakers have highlighted, is about an integrated cross-government approach. And I did not collude with Andrew on these comments, but my view is very similar, that your position as environment ministers is absolutely crucial in inspiring others and holding others to account in your governments. Juan Pablo at the IDB and Julian at CAF also made important points, in particular about encouraging finance ministers to come together across the region. I know there's the global coalition of finance ministers, but also the regional initiative to build links with the finance ministers, to share best practice, to help drive these issues in an integrated government approach, really important. Because the issues are not any longer just about climate change. It's about social and economic change and opportunity. And my third message is about implementation, and that's the most important message of all. And as Monica said earlier, what's needed are concrete plans that bring to life the NDCs, the long-term strategies, as part of national policy that makes a difference. Plans that show progress on the commitments made in Glasgow, plans that show what can be achieved by COP27 in November, then what can be achieved in a year's time for the next regional forum, what in 5 years' time. Otherwise, how can we face citizens who may be further hit by climate impacts? How will we say we knew there was a problem, we analysed it, we promised to do something about it, we tried, but did we do enough? Did we ensure the plans and policies supersede political changes? In other words, these issues are so important, they need to be embedded at state level, and that's where you play an absolutely crucial role. Did we involve everyone across government, across business, across society to seize those opportunities? And did we act with urgency? So for the UK presidency, we're here to help. We aim to be a neutral broker to bring the world together in Glasgow. And thank you to all of you. The world did come together, and together we have the Glasgow Climate Pact. Under the UK presidency, we will continue during this year to work with countries to turn the commitments made in Glasgow into ambitious action to reduce emissions. We also to see through the important commitments, for example, on forests and land use, on the Glasgow breakthroughs, and also we will ensure the commitments on adaptation and loss and damage are honoured. And so we're continuing to work with countries, with financial institutions, and with the private sector to uphold their climate finance commitments and make finance easier to access. We'll aim to encourage future public-private collaboration and unlock new finance for country partnerships. And we all need to make the vision and commitments a reality on the ground, and we need to get on with it. Glasgow kept 1.5 alive, so let's now take action to secure it, adapt to a changing climate. And please let me know if there are ways in which the UK presidency can help make things happen, unlock problems, make the most of opportunities for this region on this crucial agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Abrimos el espacio.
Now we're going to open the space for dialogue. I have in my list Belize, that the minister was pending from the previous dialogue and he had asked for the floor. Panama, I also had Cuba that had asked for the floor. Uruguay, Ecuador. So, and Jamaica, sorry. Okay, let me tell you, it might be that I'm going to have to stop the dialogue, but then we'll go back to it. We make an adjustment with the next session. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I'm going to try to speak in Spanish. I know that in the last dialogue there was little time, so my intention was almost to say that there was not much time, that what I was going to say, the colleagues had already said it, as any politician, right? But I wanted to ground more into thematic areas that were discussed, but sometimes we think that we get to the bottom of many topics. Sometimes we don't really get into all the details, and we do not do a lot of follow-up for it. For example, this morning in the breakfast, we were talking with Jacqueline and the ambassador about the problem of plastics that is going to be approached in UNEA, but we didn't see it in the program, in the resolution. We didn't see a lot of details. So what we are trying to see is how we fight the problem of plastics, but we do not see that what we are doing in our region is trying to find solutions to the problem, and we are not giving a lot of importance to the production of the plastics and where they're coming from. So I remember, for example, that in COP26 we put a lot of pressure into the countries that produce carbon, and they, in their defense, they say that they needed more time for the transition. So what transition do we have in our area? I understand what the colleagues from Argentina and Colombia discussed about the topic in Bolivia, Argentina, for the production of lithium. But they also mentioned that there is almost an industry, a recycling industry. But are we okay with being recyclers? So we're going to continue like that, because then the problem is going to be never ending. Something else that perhaps we also have to see is that if we're going to see some topics, we're going to see them all, because sometimes we want to see some topics and we cover them and then we leave others aside. But all of us have a great production from livestock in the area, and we have not touched this topic, but perhaps we need more time to see in education, in the scientific part, to see if there is really so much midnight as it is said, and what is it that we're going to do as countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in that topic. Very briefly, just want to tell you that I fully agree with what Eric mentioned in terms of finance, because he says that we have to see the problem way before, and we have to create the resilience before the disaster, before the problem. But many times what happens to us in the small developing countries is that we do not have the finance, and it is difficult for us to get them on time. So that about Build It Better does not occur, because with the little finance we have after a hurricane, after flooding, what we do is that the few finances we have to reconstruct this infrastructure, but we do it and it is not lasting, so we have to spend again doing it right. So I think that certainly I agree with doing things way before, but for this we need the finance. Thank you very much. Panama? Yes, in Panama, we have in the climate change direction, in the roadmap that we have of the work with NS Partnership 2021, we developed some projects with UNEP and the World Bank. As a result of these projects, we developed a working strategy together with the Ministry of Economics and Finance to transform the way in which we currently do the process of public investment and preparation of the national budget. We have prepared a manual for climate change enablers with a label for climate risk, all the public investment projects and new projects that are presented for the budget for 2023 will have to have the geographical coordinates and has to be located in the national map for the vulnerability index in order to know the vulnerability of the place where they are going to be developed. Likewise, in the map of climate risk, The label for the classification of climate change projects with indicators that were prepared when we reviewed the indicators of the Green Climate Fund and GIZ with the social indicators and also climate change indicators, social, economic, environmental indicators, climate change indicators, which are not the same as the environmental ones. So this is going to allow us to classify which projects are for adaptation, which are for mitigation, and which are cross-cutting projects because they mean both. And there's a label for climate funding. Based on the budget of 2023, we will know how much Panama is investing in the national budget every year in adaptation, in mitigation, in cross-cutting, and the total sum of climate funding in the public budget. We have been, first training the 18 public institutions in the use of these indicators that are directly related to the nationally determined contributions that are updated, so that they are directly linked into the compliance with these commitments and honor them. And let me tell you that one that we trained was the Ministry of the Environment, and we discovered that the public investment projects of the Ministry of Environment, reviewing from 2019 to date, 50% of those investment budgets only include climate change criteria. And we have to preach with the example. All the projects from the Ministries of Environment, any type of investment project that may be presented, has to include climate change indicators. In that sense, then we started with the whole process of training with the 18 public institutions that we had trained for the preparation of the budget of 2023 that begins in March, to review the projects of investment of the budgets 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, and see which of those would classify as climate change projects. This is going to allow the Ministry of Economy and Finance to have a portfolio of green projects and be able to work with the assistance of an agency in the first green sovereign bond that will be launched at the end of this year. With UNEP, we have also worked on the readiness to strengthen the banking system in Panama and the Superintendency of Banks. That readiness is waiting for the approval from the Green Climate Fund, and in this way we should also strengthen the private sector just as the public sector for the green projects to stop being those like flag projects or the projects that we want to kind of highlight, and that they become the rule, the daily projects. I mean, we need that both in the government as well as in the private investment, we will not have some green projects with some climate funding. We need to transform the way of doing things, and in this, UNEP has been supporting us. Likewise, we have been incorporated to the regional readiness of UNEP for strengthening the carbon market. We have an executive decree that sets the basis for the Panamanian carbon market, and we are receiving capacity building from the volunteer market in California that is articulated with that in Washington, Quebec, and New Zealand. But this is an effort that has to be public-private, and it has to be worked simultaneously. We have developed a roadmap that we had presented in the NS partnership. A great part of this roadmap is to work on it again with the UNEP, just to request very kindly that the reviewers from UNEP in Nairobi review the documentation in a more agile way, because otherwise the process is delayed and our countries cannot wait, especially those that are more vulnerable. Panama is a very narrow country. It is very vulnerable to the increases in sea levels. We have very low coast. We have lost territory in the Atlantic and in the Pacific. In the Guna archipelago, 2 of the islands are below sea level, and what we are talking about is the survival of our society and the work we have to do, especially for all those public-private investments and coastal communities, to adapt them to climate change so that from now they can start getting transformed and that we can also safeguard the life that our children and grandchildren will have. Thank you very much. Cuba. Thank you, Minister. First of all, we want to acknowledge everyone that has presented in the panel. I think that all the presentations have been very interesting, particularly Alicia Barcela, that as always, she had given us a very good explanation of the situation of the region, and she has put forth some alternatives for us to be able to undertake these challenges. I think that although in a way we have put into the discussions and the presentations from the colleagues that have come before us, we have put this forth with arguments and proposals that are very concrete. We think that this principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is a principle that is established in the United Nations Macro Convention on Climate Change that has been discussed from 92 in the Summit of Rio. We have to keep that in our discussions because we believe that in a way many of the people that have participated have referred to the situation we have and how we have to develop ourselves and how we have to project our development from now on. So this is a topic that I wanted to discuss. Additionally, we have an initiative, regional initiative for cooperation, that we know it as the Caribbean Biological Corridor. It is an initiative where we participate. It's 4 countries from the region, from the Caribbean, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Puerto Rico, and Cuba. And we think it is a very successful experience, although there is still a lot to do. It is supported by UNEP, and through different projects we have been able to accomplish financing from different institutions. This initiative has allowed us to contribute to the conservation and restoration of the ecosystems and the biodiversity in the region, in this area where the initiative has been developed. With regards to the communities that are present there, this is a distinction. And additionally, as one of the results of the initiative, I think that we're starting to strengthen. And in some spaces, we have strengthened the sub-regional governance coordinated with the different stakeholders that participate in this biological corridor of the Caribbean. It's 15 years old already, and it has had a sustained work that perhaps the pandemic has not allowed us to get together face to face with the frequency that we would have liked. But I have to say again that this space contributed for us to agree in a way a working agenda at this moment that we're opening our borders and that we can get together so that we can set more ambitious goals in the different issues, the different elements that we have to deal with. I think that this is an experience of how we have tried to find a solution to common problems, and we have done this with a scientific innovative basis. This is what I referred to yesterday, and many of the people present today. We have not only identified through this cooperation 137 species and ecosystems, such as the coral reefs and the mangroves, among others, that have a regional importance, but we have also established strategies and actions for the conservation. Therefore, there is a result in science that is allowing us to take actions also with regards to reforestation, with regards to the measures to prevent forest fires, wildfires, and also attend this. Even yesterday we were saying that this is one of the topics in which we have to work in the next stage with more intensity in monitoring the birds. We already have a system for knowledge management that has more than 4.6 million of georeferenced registries, and this is something that also has to do with decision makers, and we were talking about the interaction between science and government to make more certain and quick decisions to solve the problems. And in this sense, this is an example of how that regional integration is going to allow us to accomplish these topics with these and other results from the science. But this would illustrate that we have also made some training and education, environmental education actions in the communities with the private sectors and with technicians and specialists. And they have created a new employment that has this foundation of respect to the environment. Therefore, we have accomplished the integration, science, government, and society in general to be able to get to the results we need. So we consider that this is a successful experience that UNEB has collaborated with, of course, to be able to move it forward and have already 15 years of results. We even have some scientists that have been on the lead, and we were debating, okay, what country is this person from? It's any country, because it is part of this initiative of collaboration. So we think that we have established a platform for environmental cooperation between the countries that has to be further developed. We think that in the development plan to 2030, we'll have to incorporate other countries. So we're opening the possibility, and for this, undoubtedly, we need the funding, and I'm not going to make emphasis on this. I think that we have talked a lot about this, and we have given examples on how we have talked about our limitations and about the needs, the growing needs we have. Therefore, we thought that this is an example of how the biological corridor of the Caribbean has allowed us to solve common problems from the cooperation between the countries that are part of this. And we are talking about this agenda, and we said, okay, we probably need 15 more years of development. We need many more years than that. And the good thing, or we really thought that it was a very good experience. Going to the second question that had been presented in this panel, this is something that we consider we can share with everybody here in the room. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Minister. I have Ecuador, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. So we would ask you to be brief, please. Thank you, Minister. I'm going to try to be very brief. I wanted to share some thoughts mixed with the previous panel, very concrete, a single message. And it was like, how do we accelerate the action and how we accelerate financing? The first call, and that is a little bit in the line of what Ligia was saying, I do want to make a call to accelerate the financing to all the multilaterals and other financing sources. And I want to recap the phrase that was mentioned yesterday. We have to act as if the house was in flames, as if we were firefighters, and I have to be very emphatic in this topic. The bureaucratic processes of the institutions that collaborate, that I also want to thank, really, it's not like the house is in flames. It's that the house is intact and it's perfect. It cannot be that a process takes between 2 or 3 years to get the resources. So I do want to make a call here. I don't know if it's that the title of this panel is Accelerating Finance, then we have to accelerate the processes and we have to get rid of bureaucracy. So I insist, highlight, bold, italics, capitals. I'm very grateful as a country, as a citizen, for everything that is done and all the resources that are channelized, but I would like you to make an analysis of the processes, because we are not acting as if the house was in flames. If we are able to reduce from 2 years to 1 year, we would have reduced half of it. So that is very punctual. I also like to share experiences, and among all of us, I think that this is something positive, good and bad experiences, and I am going to share with you a decision that the government of Ecuador made, very concrete, and that may sound kind of cosmetic, but it is not. The government of Ecuador decided at 9 days after taking the administration to change the name to the ministry. They left the name that it had before, which was Ministry of Environment and Water, that was untouched. But we added an ecological transition. So the Ministry of Environment is called Ministry of Environment, Water, and Economic Transition. Transition. So we have done many things, but if you ask me which has been one of the best things, one of the things that have empowered us the most to do, is that changing the name to the ministry, including ecological transition, because the decree that the president signed is a very simple decree. He appointed sustainability as a priority, and he said it's a cross-cutting issue. So now we can go to the Ministry of Housing and say, what is your ecological transition in housing? Or we can go to the Ministry of Education and say, what is your ecological transition in education? And so on and all the rest. So colleagues, I want to encourage you, motivate you, or at least share this experience with you. Because just adding those words, ecological transition, with a very simple presidential decree where sustainability is declared a priority, makes us be cross-cutting. It is not that it's a super ministry, no, just as everything else. But what it tells us is coordinate with the rest of the ministries the pertinent transition in each one of them. So first of all, I would like to communicate that. And then, in terms of accelerating finance, we have this story of the rugby players. Remember that the plane collapsed. I think that they were from Uruguay. They were from Uruguay. And some of them were rescued on day 70 something, but when they were interviewed, they said, I was really saved on day 14. I mean, why 14 if day 70 something was when you were found? Well, that day they declared national mourning, and I realized that I was alone, that I would depend on my own, not the rest, and that day started to try to go out. So why do I make that analogy, that metaphor? Because yes, there are other people that want to help and other things, but in Ecuador, in these 8 months, I want to share 3 very punctual decisions, Minister, where in order to accelerate the dynamic or the green economy of Ecuador, the president sent a law proposal to reform this law of internal regime. And now all the investments in Ecuador that are destined for sustainability have 2 forms of deducting the income tax. So a company that invests in reforestation, if they invest 100, they can send 200 to the expenses, so their income tax is reduced. That was a decision. And then the other topic that has already been approved is all the investments that I make in my company or the business person does in his entity. If I decide to change all my light bulbs to LED lights and they cost $100,000, once again, I put 200,000 in the expenses. So it is not just from one company to the other one that have a double way of deducting this, but also the internal things. And finally, also to accelerate the finance, the green economy in the country, the president decided to eliminate tariffs and taxes to electric vehicles, solar panels, and so on, which are elements that really help in sustainability. So I wanted to share those 4 things with the colleagues. And also the request of the funding organizations. So these things have served to dynamize the green initiative, the green economy. Thank you, Minister. Jamaica.
Thank you. Thank you to those who would have presented, and indeed to my colleagues who have offered interventions. I think looking back at what has been presented, there are a few things that jump out, and I'll be brief. I understand the timing constraints. The first point is that sometimes we speak about COVID as though COVID is over. COVID is not over. We are still all wearing masks. I had to take a test this morning. Many of our colleagues are not here. And the economic tail of the impact is still wagging, and we're still not sure where it will end and what that impact will be. So I think the truest statement made is that the fiscal space that we face, especially as developing nations, and Latin America and the Caribbean have its particular challenges, is still not yet defined, but that space is going to be much smaller than we had before. That makes this segment of the discussion, I think, as important as as any, because it is always a challenge as to how you're going to pay for these things. How do you forego particular investments that you know deep down you don't want to do? And how do you mobilize financing for longer term benefits when you have deep urgent needs in poorer populations? So this segment is particularly important, and perhaps as important as any other. And I think that shows the utility of the presentations made. One of the things that jumped out at me was having acknowledged the fiscal space limitations for our nations, was the need for restructuring your finance in a particular way to risk mitigate. In Jamaica's case, and Jamaica doesn't have a lot of fiscal space, even though we've made some strides in recent years, but in Jamaica's case, we would have taken out the World Bank Catastrophe Bond, which I know is the first nation in the Caribbean to do it. It's 185 million US, which protects us, I believe, up until the end of 2024, I believe it is, against particular natural disasters, especially considering the hurricane space. So it shows, with some adjustment and with adhering to some of the recommendations and restructuring and staying on the path of fiscal prudence, you will get the support from some of the agencies. Now, that doesn't mean it was easy, but it still shows that it is indeed possible. I'm particularly interested in the discussions in terms of debt for climate swaps and green bonds. I think those are issues that are particularly important to all of us in here, and it brings to the point the message of the chairwoman. The list of available options and the pathways to get there is not always clear for small island developing states, for developing countries, and certainly not for those of us in the room. Just wrapping up my review of the initial presentations, I'm happy that someone additionally said it. Nature preservation and climate action are indeed one agent. That's particularly important. But to go to the questions posed and what we were really looking at, this session was to answer 3 questions, as looking at the brief that we would have received. In terms of how we create the enabling conditions, and it's sometimes not us speaking to each other in this room, but us speaking to those who will hear. The enabling conditions have to come from those, in many ways, who have created much of the problem, acknowledging same. It's in many ways a little distasteful for us to be put in a box as nations and developing nations, a box of mendicancy, as opposed to those who acknowledge that they would have benefited from years of extraction from this region, acknowledging same and starting from that point. Those who would have had the greenhouse emissions and the carbon emissions that per capita eclipse all of ours in this room, acknowledging same that it is those emissions and those emissions which fuel their economic growth, which now threaten our very survival. I think, not to be confrontational, but I think to create the enabling environment, it has to start from that recognition. And if we start from that recognition, you find that you'll have, less comments like this from me, less, fiery speeches from PM Motley, and, less theatrical and, riveting presentations from the minister from Tuvalu who had to stand in water. If we start from that position, everything else will indeed fall into place. I appreciate the statements that there is an urgency, but I think the statements also need to be accompanied with the responsibility. The financing world to many small island developing states, and certainly all my colleagues that I've ever worked with in this space, it feels like the proverbial carrot in front of the horse. You're getting there, you feel like you're getting closer, and then it moves. So to the question 2 and question 3, I think there's a similar answer between both. I'd mentioned it yesterday. It is a harmonization amongst the processes. It is support for the institutional weaknesses that we all have as relatively small economies to put forward the projects, and it is the shortening of the review period. Those are the 3 factors. We don't need to romanticize what those are. That's what's generally needed, and I would just leave with a recommendation for, UNEP, etc., and all of our multilateral partners. One of the best points for or one of the best things that could happen for small island states who have limited institutional capacity would be a directory, a roadmap of sorts that outlines the global financial availability, not just from donor agencies, but from NGOs, in a way that outlines touch points that are likely to be supportive of the particular challenges of small island states. Small island states, and I'm a fan of democracy, but with political changes, sometimes institutional capacity does move with some. It's unfortunate, but it happens even when you entrench it. So developing that sort of directory and roadmap with the varying touch points that can ensure that conversations don't go with changes of administration or changes of ministers will be very useful going forward. I know time is limited, so I'll save my comments for the next segment. Thank you.
So much, Minister. Thank you for your contribution. I think we have on virtually connected Deputy Minister from República Dominicana. Deputy Minister. Adelante, adelante, Viceministra.
Go on, Vice Minister. I think there are some connection issues. Let's see. If you turn off the camera, maybe. If you allow me, but Deputy Minister, are you there? Thank you, Minister Mesa, and all of you. For time constraints, I won't repeat what many have said. On behalf of the minister, I want to apologize that we had to leave yesterday to see some urgent issues in Dominican Republic, but we want to mention some of the important barriers for developing countries when having held the fiscal space for the urgency. And we call financing for adaptation are mail subventions or grants. The large application processes for international funds is a big barrier. There are very high requirements that are not always in the host countries, consistent fears on costs and resources for a shift of paradigm, especially in the private sectors and the economic climate. So investments are afraid to have long time commitments. Very importantly, and it's something that we mentioned in COP26, is persistent subsidies to fuel fossil fuels and fragmentation of fiscal or tax grants. The subsidies was enough, are not enough. Trillions of dollars are given in subsidies to fossil fuels from Paris Accord, but only 2 million to islands. And I say islands for funding, for climate funding, varies a lot depending on the source, and we don't have transparency as how much is invested in terms of climate change. According to the Belize at COP26, we made an urgent call for including financing for losses and damages, and to have independent facility that creates innovative means to prevent damages, including risk transference insurance. We thank the reference made and the functions given to Santiago, but this continues to be a red line for a small group of countries, those who were negotiating no. And the question how this aligns with justice line, and why climate justice continues to be read. Losses and period impacts goes beyond economic losses, and where can we start solving this without funding? This is a priority for Dominican Republic and should be a priority for our region. At COP27, we have to promote jointly the initiative of made by OSIS, approved by 6 million of represented at COP for dedicated funding. We also thank the cooperation agencies, and we support Ministry of Ecuador, but also the urgency to accelerate funding. We have a lot of difficulties as a region is to fund, especially for the climate green fund. We are the least financed country. The processes are highly complex, very slow, and it's concerning how, in spite there is instructions of a COP that the funding should be more effective. We don't see it in reality. We have worked with a project, a readiness project that should be very fast, and we've been 8-9 months in technical review together with other programs that we have in the Green Fund. We thank the cooperation of all the agencies, but it's not possible to attend the climate emergency without this. Something that is very concerning for us as a region is the position we have in the board of the Climate Green Fund. We cannot continue with the passive position and taking the policies to the board of directors. That should be a technical board that assesses financial projects so that help arrives. We don't have any position in the board because we can agree. So I call all who are here that we try to do something so we make progress and achieve our seats in the board of the fund. I continue with the work that has been done and try that help that the fund has is effective and reaches the country that need the most, because we want to highlight the comment made by the colleague from Cuba on the biological corridor. It's a very successful project together with the countries that are part of the project. We hope to expand this project, and when it's timely, to present the best practices from that project. Thank you all, and success during the rest of the day. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thanks for being here yesterday, and we hope everything is okay and you can manage the emergency that made you went back. Mr. Minister from Uruguay. Just 30 seconds to thank the invitation, the organization, also to UNEP and the impromptu it has implied on this forum that has made it very interesting from all point of view. Yesterday was a very fruitful, inspiring day from all the positions, the colleagues, the speakers, from that continuum, starting from the challenging speech of Bania that represents youth. And I have to define in category one of the minister's politician. When I took on as a minister, I saw it was important, the role of that type of minister, to achieve articulation in those transversal policies and the responsibility we have when making decisions and promote changes. The agreement we have to continue working on to have as block positions is very important for Latin America, and the concept of this new geopolitics, the concept that we are before a new negotiation for natural resources. We have one many years, hundreds of years ago. Now we have the 60% of biodiversity, but Latin America, that is the reserve to feed the world, 10 billion people that will be in a little time, and it becomes a need that do with this together. And we all have to work along that line. That means to compromise. Minister Correa talked about the things we have in common in the different countries to have concrete actions. The look on the climate commitments in national contributions and climatic strategies are a point of agreement internally first, to then work strategies that scale to all countries. Our country submitted in December the strategic climate strategy for 2050. That was an opportunity to work with other ministers, Minister of Economy, Production, Industry. It was an exercise that gave us a good product where we were able to align the goals of the different areas with climate objectives. That was a very good experience, and the possibility of working from the politics is good in the economic area. We have been able to align climate change and sustainability. And before coming to Costa Rica, I had a meeting with the Minister of Economy. We had some progress in tax areas, sustainable investments, and we are about to emit a sustainable bond linked to climate goals. What gives us a special of insurance of the compliance of MC. We involved the Ministry of Finance and Economy for the achievement of the goal. So we think the objectives in 2025 will be achieved that first with our first national contribution. It's also important for us the political party between mitigation and creations. We are a very small country. We had the third consecutive drought. We had the largest fires in the history of Greece, 3 heat waves, and also a drought that finished with heavy rainfalls, with unsuspected results, and Uruguay very different. We are very affected by climate change, and the funds for adaptation are a priority for Uruguay, and especially to create new instruments and tools for funding in terms of adaptation, even if we receive support from abroad. On the other hand, to join the countries that claim deadlines, we agree. We access to funds, especially Green Climate Fund. These are very long deadlines. Lastly, and in these panels of today, there are 2 important dimensions beyond the financial one. Access to funding is important, necessary, and we claim this, but it's true that the funding is something that we have to pay back, and we have to be sure that we can pay because we have high rates of debt. The economic sustainability of the projects is very important, so we can add the private sector, and this is where we need help. Then the partnership with science is a key instrument to show some processes, to certify some practices and get the specific benefits. A country like ours wants to have acknowledgement for production matters and have access to markets to create jobs, income, and to ensure a fair transition. Lastly, something that is no less important is the tax issue. This is very important in any economic policy. In my country, 50% of price of fuels are taxes. So we want to go to electric mobility. More than 90% of the electric matrix is renewable. We have an energy surplus, but we have a problem to fund the leap to electric mobility. But we know that when this happens, and we will need a lot of money that is going to the government because of tax, and we have to deal with this. That's why I think this has been a great opportunity, especially for a politician that is usually accustomed to be heard. We have learned the opportunity to learn a lot, and we have a lots of notes to apply them every day. And that's what I thank you for a forum like this, that it's not only the negative, the positive, but that we go take home some tools to continue working. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. I think it's been a very critic segment. Thanks to our speakers. The input was great. The president is about to arrive, so take part of the dialogue. And thank you that you had short participations. I'm going to give space to the Deputy Minister of Natural Resources, who wants to express a campaign with the Ministry of Tourism. Minister. Good afternoon, and thanks to the Madam Minister for the opportunity. This morning and yesterday we've talked about transformation towards a green and decarbonized economy. The Nature Plus that mentioned the Minister of Colombia. We want to give you an example, not is to get in there, but the process and where we have to go through. One of the aspects that we found is that economy, besides a new paradigm, includes a different ethics. Part of that learning with that ethics is in a relationship with animals, wildlife. Costa Rica, a great part of economy is tourism, and we're trying to learn together with the tourists to have a best relationship with wildlife. One of those motivations and those spaces is that of having selfies with animals. Instead, go into their lives when we take very close pictures, is that we affect the way their life as a campaign to positively warn people about how to take a responsible photo. We have this campaign that calls Stop Animal Selfies, to educate people about their responsibility in that relationship of the tourist with wildlife and with animals. We want persons to take pictures with these stuffed animals. Yesterday, the captain of our soccer team scored a goal, but well, that happens. But we have stuffed animals. There's a booth outside, so you can take pictures, and you are part of this campaign of responsible photos or selfies. Thank you, Deputy Minister, and they are telling me the president of the country is about to enter. I think we managed time. Thank you for your flexibility and how we manage this situation. Welcome, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President. We've had a very productive dialogue with many new ideas on how to work on specific projects in the region and trying to find a systemic approach, including social productive areas. All the ministers and representatives have put on the table innovations, challenges, and specific proposals for the future. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Madam Minister and all persons attending people, Ms. Jacqueline Alvarez, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations for Environment, our dear Minister Andrea Mesa, our Energy and Environment President of the Forum of Ministers of Latin America Caribbean, ministers and deputy ministers, ambassadors and heads of mission, accredited representatives or multilateral agencies that are here, and philanthropy. Some years ago, when a president or first minister looked at the cabinet, one of the most important parts in when forming his team were the defense or safety ministers. We always say that defense or security defense is the best minister to defend the president. This belongs to all times, but that is a persistent idea. Most recently, with the visionary world, it's always said that ministers of economy are that crucial piece, because we see that a Minister of Economy keeps the solvency of a country, and amongst the cabinet pieces there's a hierarchy. Ministry of Finance, who is the gatekeeper, that gives muscle or not to the government's actions. I am convinced the ministers that should be on the first line for the transformation of the world are those who are in charge of the environment. The challenges we face in the environmental area for humanity, not for our countries, for humanity, not only that is not of today, but of tomorrow, for the humankind of the past, who are the first line of attention of defense future, are the ministers of environment. As in the pandemic, we talk that there is a first line of defense, in the workers of the health area or the first line of protection who have protected. And we call them the first line of defense for humankind, those who have the environmental leadership are the first line of the future, and many are here today. This is a very big responsibility, because it's not only to try to face the environmental challenges in our country as you do. We also have to lead with that finance minister that are more and more sensitive. We hope the central banks understand that the capital is a capital that goes beyond of what traditional has been considered. We have to do the domestic chores. We have to have a multilateral chores. The ministries of environment today, with to become the international speakers of the countries and the most vulnerable people that belong to the ecosystems, the forests, the mangroves, the oceans, to these men and women, they become that voice. The ministries of environment are in charge of making reality the ambitions that as humanity we need for a challenge that is so easy to say, but as real is that if we are going to continue as a species, right? Yes or no? This is the modest chore you have in your hands.
There's a series of agreements and there's a series of ambitions that as a big, great task, we not only have to be able to propose, but we should be able to also materialize. In the Ministries of the Environment, we have and we are urgently needing leadership, ambition, and we urgently need implementation, making things concrete. We require political skills to be able to persuade and be able to accomplish the big agreements, multilaterally and nationally, to be consequent. And it is not enough for us to have that political skill if we do not accomplish the concrete goals. I believe that Latin America and the Caribbean have taken or have been models we have led. In many things, we are quite disorganized or we do not align ourselves jointly, but this is a task that beyond ideologies or any other consideration is actually bringing us together. That is what you can do here. You and nobody else, because you are the leaders that carry in your shoulders a whole Caribbean and Latin American culture that can raise the voice in the world, being one of the regions that is more affected and less contaminating, to say enough and to say we're going to make the change. That's in your hands. It is a great responsibility, but if this is the time I had to live, there is no better place to be than being here to do it. Think about your children, think about your grandchildren, think about your beloved ones, think about the ones that you have loved and are not here anymore. And that is the responsibility that we have to tackle. What do we have to do? Humbly, I think. We cannot just let that what we have pushed as a community in Glasgow remains just as the agreements of an auction where we're trying to look for more, and once the agreement is closed, then we forget to put the money there and the auction is over. So we need to make things concrete. The voice, the noise that was generated over there has to remain alive. And we are the guardians and we are in charge of keeping that alive and execute it. And also we are the ones that have to raise the voice when somebody is not complying. Because we could and have that moral authority. Today, this is a struggle that transcends things to life. It goes over the military, it goes over just oil, it goes over big economies, small economies. It is the moral authority that can allow us to raise our hand and demand for a noble cause. These dolls, were they the prizes of a raffle? Yeah, and Panama got a bigger one, just in case, like a little detail. Okay, I could order it good too. Very well. I'm glad that you're taking a good memory from this, and in addition to a good memory, actions, doing things, making things concrete. I invite you to push together to the maximum. That is what we can do. So, more than welcome to Costa Rica. You would always feel at home here. I am what's between you and lunch, right? No? Not yet? No, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you. What we're going to do is that we're going to take first the picture before lunch. So what I would ask is the chief of the delegation to go to the front. It will be only one person per delegation, please. And then we're going to make the picture first. And then, likewise, those chiefs of delegations would be the first ones that will be going for lunch. So, chiefs of the delegation, you can go to the front.